test charges and correctly applied penalties. Determining the appropriateness of repayment arrangements between Eskom and municipalities on outstanding debt owed to Eskom. And lastly, the service delivery agreements to be entered between Eskom and municipalities. Our municipalities have tried to stick to the service delivery agreement. But ladies and gentlemen, let us not look on a side as if municipalities are not experiencing many mushrooming informal settlements that are coming into municipalities unplanned. And therefore, Eskom is also not looking into that as well. In May earlier this year, the Deputy President of the Republic convened a meeting of the political task team on Eskom, over and above discussing ways of ensuring Eskom is paid by municipalities. But the meeting also deliberated on debt owed by organs of state to municipalities, with a view of ensuring that the ability of municipalities to pay their debt is not constrained by non-payment or revenue due to them. In this regard, the meeting directed that all organs of state, including national and provincial departments, must settle their area obligations immediately. Can the people please respect the notice that was made by the program director that if you are not on platform, can you please mute, or else we'll hear all your secrets that you are not intending us to hear. Can we please all mute and respect the House rules as stipulated by Councillor Mangotwa as the program director? Despite this agreement, ladies and gentlemen, in the IGR arena, the situation is becoming untenable for municipalities, constantly threatened by disconnections from both Eskom and water boards. Our view is that despite our attempts to amicably resolve this matter in line with the IGR dispute resolution mechanism, Eskom has unilaterally not adhered to this arrangement. And similarly, despite agreements that service delivery agreements are to be entered into between Eskom and municipalities, Eskom continues to raise concerns with the terms and conditions of the agreement. Program Director, it is therefore evident that the proposed SDAs will be worthless if Eskom refuses to be a contracting party. Ladies and gentlemen, in the same breath, municipalities need to start investing or facilitate investment in alternative and renewable sources of energy to ensure that there is no over-reliance on Eskom. If you allow me, Program Director, I want to repeat this one. In the same breath, municipalities need to start investing or facilitate investment in alternative and renewable sources of energy to ensure that there is no over-reliance on Eskom, especially because the fact that the national electricity grid has been under a lot of pressure, resulting in load shedding and loss of revenue for our municipalities. That will be the economic recovery plan. When it comes to SALGA's response, Honorable Chair, to the municipal audit outcomes, the municipal audit remains a thorn in our shoe. Year in, year out, despite our numerous interventions and programs such as MASP, negative audit outcomes remain a painful reality for our members. Following the SALGA NEC engagements with Auditor General, on the 18th of June 2020 on the municipal audit outcomes for the year 2018-2019. We approved an approach under the theme to extract consequences and accountability from municipalities. Program Director, in this regard, we already directed municipalities to furnish us with their response plans to address the occurrence resulting in the negative audit results, as well as provide the results of the skills assessment of the respective finance departments with a view to establish the necessary capacity to prevent recurrence of the situation and citation by the Auditor General. As SALGA leadership, we will, however, not surrender our battle to ensure that we turn this situation around one way or another. When it comes to collective bargaining, Chairperson, as SALGA and unions in the local government sector, we pride ourselves in achieving a relatively stable working environment. We are committed to work closely with our unions to resolve problems through dialogue and sustain our good labor relations. We are therefore pleased to announce that in August, SALGA, SAMU, and IMATU have signed an extension of the Free State Collective Agreement on Conditions of Service at division level of the South African Local Government Bargaining Council. The period of operation of the collective agreement for the Free State division of SALGBC has been extended, ladies and gentlemen, to the 30th of June 2022. When I come to Section 139, support that we give to municipalities, it has always been our view that before Section 139 of the Constitution is invoked, municipalities need to have been supported in accordance with Section 154, which states thus, I quote, "The national government and provincial governments, by legislative and other measures, must support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs, to exercise their powers, and to perform their functions." Program Director, it remains a major concern for SALGA that some of our members face problems that have resulted in the invocation of various subsections of 139 of the Constitution. We call upon the Free State government to work closely with SALGA in supporting municipalities in distress and averting the risk from escalating into deeper crises that result in the need for interventions in the first place. We shall, ladies and gentlemen, work hard to collaborate with government through municipal audit support program. 2021 local government elections. Ladies and gentlemen, as we over the next 1.5 days, we request your indulgence and maximum participation, as my chief whip will always say, as we all learn to adapt under the new normal to conduct our work within these coronavirus rules and regulations. We sincerely hope that this year's PMA will be one of the most fruitful ones, precisely because it is the last one in the current term. We need to ensure that the sector is ready for the 2021 local government elections. We remain committed to the cause of a free and democratic society where citizens enjoy the fruit of liberation through quality and sustainable services. We will, Program Director, and ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to engage all relevant and critical local government stakeholders, such as the Independent Electoral Commission, the Municipal Demarcation Board, and COCTA, and we gear ourselves for this election. we do need in our own respective wards and communities to encourage our people to go out in numbers to vote for the next crop of local government leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, Program Director, with those few words, I officially declare this Provincial Members Assembly open and in session. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opening remarks. You have said a mouthful. You presented. It was like you were presenting a report to all of us. Our challenges, our strengths, our achievements were all reflected in your speech, Chairperson. I'm sure we are still reminded about the house rules. I heard when the chairperson was still on the platform, some delegates didn't mute their mic. In terms of the housekeeping rules, we said we all have to mute our mics whilst we are not speaking or whilst we are not on the platform, because I could see those interruptions. They nearly interrupted the chairperson while she was doing the presentation. So please, delegates, can we adhere to the rules, the housekeeping rules? Without any much waste of time, we'll then go to messages of support. The first organization is IMATU, but IMATU has apologized. We have received the apology of IMATU, and then we'll go straight to SAMU, South African Municipal Workers Union, by Comrade Tseko Mokoena, who will give us a message of support. SAMU.
Chair.
Tseko, you are on the platform.
Chair.
Thank you. Yes, I can hear you. Right.
Okay. Now, Chairperson, let me take this opportunity, Chair. Hello, Chair.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Now, let me take this opportunity, Chair, to thank you for the invitation, and indeed we want to acknowledge the recognition through your invitation that indeed we are existing at the level of this important local government sector. Chair, I take this opportunity to pass our revolutionary warm greetings to all members gathered in SALGA's assembly, both the SALGA leadership, of course, led by the chairperson, Mewaruna Meoli, and all the executive committee members. Further, to pass our warm greetings to all senior management present. Lastly, to our national deployee of SALGA, Chairperson. Now, without waste of time, Chair, having acknowledged the invitation, we therefore like to present our message of support to this important gathering, the assembly. So Chair, we gathered here having recognized the local government as a key and very important local government sector, which it is expected to render quality services to our communities, guided by Section 152 of the Constitution. But Chair, it is important to highlight a few issues in our message of support that we have observed as the leadership of some participating at this level. That is, in as much as we regard the local government as an important and critical stakeholder sphere of government, that it is important that all of us, we must play an important role in ensuring that we adhere to Section 152 in executing our duties to our communities. Chairperson, our country is confronted with a serious challenge of this invisible enemy called the COVID-19, which it has impacted negatively to the economy of the country, where we have also lost our communities, where we have also lost our machineries of the service delivery, our employees. And we therefore like to pass our deepest heartfelt condolences to our members and the families who have lost their loved ones. Chairperson, we further like to highlight the following: that as some, we are very much concerned, and we therefore want to put our inputs in a very constructive way, with the intention, of course, to build a sustainable local government sector. That we have observed the deployment or the appointment of Section 56, 57 managers in various municipalities without any merits, which we believe that all of us, we must play an important role in ensuring that we consider to appoint competent persons in this field, or at this senior and critical, on the critical positions, where we are expected as the municipality to render quality services to our people. So it is, of course, our concern as SAMU that we need to ensure that we deploy or we appoint competent and people with experience in that field. Of course, aligning ourselves with the Municipal Systems Act, both the Section 54A and the Section 56. Chairperson, we have learned with a great concern about the General Auditor's report that has reflected on the poor financial management in most of our municipalities, wherein amongst of those municipalities have failed to submit their HG reports, which to us, we view that as an element of areas of incompetent managers and poor governance from our municipalities. And we therefore believe that moving forward, we will also consider to improve in that field. We have a further, Chairperson, noticed and observed, and of course, with great disappointment on the budget speech, media budget speech of the Minister, Ntate Mohlomphei Tito Mboweni, on the cutting of the municipal budget allocations without taking into consideration the responsibilities of the municipalities to render services to our communities, and also taking into consideration the model of funding to our municipalities without effects. And it is our concern that as Labour, we are not supporting, in fact, we are against that decision of the cutting of municipal budgets when we are expected to render services to our people, and also after having failed to render effective services to our people as a result of the financial constraints of the municipalities. Chair, it is our concern on the municipal grants that are being used on deviations without a proper consideration of adhering to its intentions of or utilizing them through the intended plans, which to us, we view it as an irregular expenditure, financial expenditure, and unnecessary deviations to the municipality. Which it also flagged the issue of the challenge to the strategy of the collection revenue in almost all of our municipalities in Free State. And we therefore collectively call all of the key stakeholders within the local government to come together and develop an informed program of action that will seek to improve the financial collections plans of the municipalities. Chair, it is our concern as message of support in this assembly that we have now lately observed in most of our municipalities in Free State who are lagging to pay the salaries of the employees together with the third parties of our employees, the employees in various municipalities. To mention few, Manzupa local municipality, Kopanong, Mafube, and Maluti Apofum. And this non-payment or the delaying of paying the salaries of employees, it impacts negatively to the service delivery in various municipalities, which it also affects the speedy rendering of services to our communities. It further demoralizes the spirit of our members as the machinery of the service delivery. And we therefore call for all stakeholders to ensure that we come together and we rescue the situation. Chairperson, the non-compliance by individual municipalities on collective agreement, especially when it comes to the divisional agreement of Free State, where it talks about people who are acting in different positions, where the collective agreement recommends for the rotational arrangements and also the filling of vacancies within 6 months, and though where the vacancies are funded for in the organizational structure. So we view this action from various municipalities as an element which seeks to undermine the collective agreements which parties has entered into, and of course with good intentions to improve in the main the core municipal functions to render quality services to our communities. Chair, I want to highlight the area of the non-compliance of the collective agreement, mainly on clause 20, which talks about the fixed shift allowance, which most of our municipalities did not respect it and implemented this clause as per the agreement of the divisional agreement. And to us, it is still a concern, and it will forever be a concern. And we are saying it is important for all of us to ensure that we respect the collective agreement, which has been fought for by all parties, to ensure that all of us, we work together towards the improvement of the service delivery. We have observed, Chair, the unnecessary litigations which were caused by this non-compliance of collective agreements, which has nearly collapsed the municipalities when we approach an independent tribunals for proper rulings. And amongst those municipalities, we know Maluti Akofung, there is a now recent judgment of Judge Van Nieker, which when we go to its implementation, we are aware, all of us, including the leadership of the municipality, that it will definitely collapse the municipality to a non-existence. So we therefore call for all municipalities to ensure that we all adhere and respect the collective agreement as entered into and concluded. On the issue of the provincial intervention in line with the section 139, our view is that, Chairperson, the section 139 should be implemented in a very consistent and proper manner in respecting procedural processes to unfold before the COGTA can come in and take a decision to take the municipalities under the intervention through 139(1)B. Because amongst, we have realized and observed with great concern, which we have finally resolved as SAM to take and test the decisions of COGTA in Free State at the level of an independent tribunal, the Court of Justice, for the compliance thereof. So we therefore also want to warn our provincial COGTA when entering into this 139(1)B interventions, that all processes should be observed, and people who are appointed there should be people who are competent enough, who also have the experience in the local government. It is, of course, our concern as SAMU, after having observed these interventions without due processes can be followed. Because it is also our firm belief that those interventions must also be informed by section 106, which talks about the non-performance and maladministration of the Systems Act. And in our view, these processes were not followed to the latter. Chair, on COVID compliance issues, we have observed that the funds of the COVID has been utilized by various municipalities without any proper supply chain management followed or implemented by various municipalities, which it has flagged a serious danger or an element of corruption in different municipalities, which it still stands that we are appealing, or we want to put it in this important gathering of the assembly, that investigations must take place in different municipalities to ensure that all of us, we are seen to be working against the corruption within our municipalities. And we therefore also encourage all municipalities to ensure that there is full compliance on the provision of the protective personal equipment to our members as the machinery of the service delivery. And in the absence of that, we cannot expect any miracle from our members, the employees of in various municipalities, to render quality services to our members. We therefore want to put it up front in this gathering, Chair, that we are looking forward to SALGA to help to intervene and facilitate urgently the process of the COVID-19 risk allowance or incentives to show a sign of acknowledgement for our members or the employees in different municipalities who have risked their lives in rendering services to our communities in different departments to ensure that we achieve our objectives as the local government. So we hope that out of the discussions, as some, we want to provoke further debates around the COVID allowance to all those who have rendered services during this COVID-19, risking their lives and sacrificing to render service on behalf of our municipalities. On the issue of ESCOM, Chair, which I believe it will also be our last issue on our message of support, we are calling both the stakeholders at the level of the province, at the level of national, to ensure that they intervene urgently and decisively so in dealing with this debt of ESCOM, which from time to time we have seen the ESCOM attaching the properties, assets of the municipalities, different municipalities, and also now recently attaching the account of the municipalities. To be specific, in Maluti Apofung, we have realized that the ESCOM has shown an arrogance in attending and dealing with the issue of its debt without even considering the objectives of the municipalities to render services to the municipality. So attaching the account of the municipality, I think it is something that all of us, including the presidency's office, that we honestly request an urgent and decisive intervention on that matter. But as some, I know we became recently the friends of the court when we made the application for a joint application in that ESCOM matter, which it is currently a successful move from us as Labour in trying to assist and work very close with the municipality, to be specific, in Maluti Apofung. So we therefore like to encourage all of us as key stakeholders to play a role and warn the ESCOM on its actions and allow the municipalities to function and so that they can be able to fulfill their debts owed to ESCOM. Chairperson, let me also take this opportunity to wish this assembly a fruitful and meaningful deliberations, of course, which are intended to build a stable and sustainable local government sector, in ensuring that all of us, we are committed to render quality services to our members. But in this closing, Chair, message of support, we want to warn our partners, man, SALGA, that from time to time we will always remind them that it is only IMATU, SAMU, and SALGA parties in agreement, and therefore all of us, we must warn this recent emerging attitude of the treasurer, national treasurer, where he tried to provoke labor on the issue of the salary.
Hello? Thanks, Chair.
Chair.
Unmute.
Chairperson.
No, the officials are there attending to it.
Okay. I had muted myself too here, and I was trying
And the
to
speaker.
tell you that you have muted yourself, only to find I'm muted too. Okay. All right. Samu, can you are still on the platform?
So, thanks, man, Chair. I just saw the show fella lower Chair.
Yeah, I get it until it that's the challenge of the new normal that we are in.
I thought the Chair will assist me.
Only on the last item, yeah. Onobua, on the last challenge, or together as stakeholders, we must confront the national treasury. That's where you were.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chairperson, man. Our position and also our submission in this assembly on that issue, in we are calling for all parties in agreement, both the SALGA, both the IMATU, and ourselves as SAMU, the progressive organized labor of the left, that we must deal with the attitude of the national treasurer, not to impose himself in our space of the bargaining space, where his actions seeks to undermine our existence by advising our partners, man, SALGA, not to implement and to respect the collective agreement, which it has been concluded by both parties, signed by both parties, of the salary increment of the 6.25. But we also want to applaud our partners, SALGA, for having considered that it is proper that to implement the 6.25 as the salary increment in Free State. And I hope they have also observed the outcome of Ekurhuleni, where municipalities has tried to test the non-implementation of the salary increment, that it was ruled in favor of Isamu in that particular municipality. So we are applauding our Free State SALGA for having advised their municipalities properly. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you very much, Samu. That is a Komukwena for the message of support. You highlighted a number of challenges which ourselves and yourselves as stakeholders in local government are confronted with. And I'm sure like when you concluded, you said together, working together, we will be able to surmount these particular challenges that we are faced with. Working together through our structures, we will then be able to find one another. Thank you very much. I'm sure the challenges that you raised here will find resonance and expression in the discussions that are going to follow throughout today and tomorrow, and even up to the National Members Assembly. Thank you very much, Samu. Can I then go to the House of Traditional Leaders to offer their message of support? It will be done by Maruna Khosikgadi Moroka. The platform is yours, Khosikgadi Maruna.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Yeah.
Chairperson of SALGA, the Deputy Chairperson of SALGA, all SALGA PEC members, National SALGA. Hello.
Can people mute, please? Those who are not on the platform, can they mute? You clearly not that disturbance. But can you continue, Khosikgadi?
Oh, our National SALGA member, MEC for Cooperative Governance, all MECs present, executive mayors, speakers, chief whips, all heads of departments that are here, municipal managers, all IGR stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. We are saddened this morning as the House of Traditional Leaders and traditional leaders in the Free State by the passing on of Morena Pinar Molefe of Batlokwa Bamota in Kwatwa. May his soul rest in peace. Honorable Program Director, let me first of all thank our omnipresent God for allowing us once more on this Provincial Members Assembly. We thank him for affording us this opportunity in this difficult time of COVID-19, which took many lives in our communities, our leaders, family members, colleagues, municipal structures. In municipal structures, they will always pray.
So like, I don't know how, but you are back.
This year's Members' Assembly is challenged by COVID-19, as most of us are.
Unmute. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
This year's Members' Assembly is challenged by COVID-19, as most of us are working and attending events like these virtually. I'm sure that great lessons will be learned from this life-changing virus. Our way of life will never be the same. My request is to be deep in thought about the future of our country. COVID-19 has also shown us what we already know, that we not only we are here and not enough has been done to help the people on the ground, which are our grassroots. We still have people on the ground without basic services such as safe drinking water. In some areas, we've seen raw sewage streaming down the streets, which threatens the livelihood of people. I'm not a medical doctor, but I can say a combination of sewage, raw sewage, and COVID-19 is detrimental to the well-being of society. I hope that after this gathering, a positive mindset will be created, especially with regard to basic services, as that will encourage communities to pay for those services without complaints. I'm saying this looking at 2021 local election year. Next year's local government elections will be difficult as more and more people will want to stay away from voting stations or not voting at all. We all know that our people to vote, there should be valid reasons why they should vote, especially under circumstances of service delivery, poverty, corruption, etc. On behalf of the Free State House of Traditional Leaders, we all, and all traditional institutions, we will continue to support SALGA in the Free State. However, our support is for the people living in our areas of jurisdiction. Program Director, last year on the same platform, I informed and indicated that the National Quezon Council was established in 1999 to serve as a single non-statutory representative body in all Quezon interests, and that this body represents 5 main groups of the Quezon in the Free State. But to add on that, on top of the 4 houses that have submitted the recognition to the National Quezon Council, there is Links Korana in Bethlehem, who also submitted their claim of recognition as well. All these communities will be identified and participate in municipalities in line with Section 81, Schedule 6 of Municipal Structures Act of 1998. Program Director, I have no doubt that more is in the pipeline, and it requires the inclusivity of all stakeholders to be fully prepared to this eventuality. I'm making an appeal of healthy, respectable working relationship between councillors and traditional leaders. In conclusion, Program Director, as the institution of traditional leadership, we support municipalities in promoting integrated local economic development and planning, land use management, integrated development plan, cooperative governance, sustainable development, and service delivery. As royal leaders, we fully support synergy between traditional councils, municipalities, and various departments, together with the House, municipalities, and various departments. Let us all make sure, as leaders, together with our communities, respect and abide by the regulations of COVID-19 to avoid the second wave that is envisaged. I see many of our people in communities no longer respect these regulations. They just go without mask, wearing their mask. I wonder if they still wash their hands, sanitize, and all that. Working together will take us far as the different institutions. I wish you all the best as SALGA and may the God bless you. Thank you. Ke a leboga.
Re a leboga Kgosigadi, with those words of encouragement and support. I want to go back to the words that you said yesterday at the PC meeting of SALGA, that traditional leaders must be more involved in the local affairs on issues of voter apathy, so that you also should assist to play a role to make sure that your constituencies, which we share with you, should be encouraged to go and vote. And you also highlighted very important matters around issues of service delivery, effective, diligent services be rendered to the people. Thank you very much for that message of support, Kgosigadi. You are part of us, we are part of you, we are your subjects, and you are part of our municipalities. The following item will not be presented today. That is the keynote address by Honorable Premier Sisi Ntombela. It will be done tomorrow, and it will be done by the acting Premier, Premier Tembeni Nganyisa, is the one who will render it tomorrow. So it will not be rendered today. Can I just make the following announcement, that participants are reminded that they can make their inputs and comments via the chat group feature on the bottom of their screens. At the bottom of our screens there, if you press this chat there, you can comment, you can make an input there, and those inputs and comments will be captured by our secretariat. And then with those words, we have come to the end of this session, session 1, which I'm chairing. And then we will go to a tea break. It is now 10 to 11. We will come back at 10 past 11. It's a 20-minute break. And then when we come back, session 2, in terms of the program, will be facilitated, will be chaired by the PC member, Councillor Ntiso, is the one who will chair that session. With those words, I want to thank you very much for your cooperation and for your participation, being attentive and disciplined, having helped me as the chairperson of the session to go through the session itself. Thank you very much. May we then break for a 20-minute break. We'll come back at 10 past 11. Thank you. Thank you. Kamula ke tsebisa tsena ba tlo.
This year, let's take it in the this year, many times I get Jerusalem. Oh, what a nice music. Oh, come on, clean you about to make an annual. What's that like physical? Hanga ka le joina ha ne le kene mthomane. Ke ga re ntse ke bua moje. Mare ke mutile motse. Oh, ke bodru. Ba to mute am bodru jale mosantse re bua mo. Re ntse re hlaela. Ntse ke hlaya mona ntse ke re ke tlo jenisa batho ka matorokisi.
Ara moithuwa ka mo.
Well, it was his wedding, and I had to make a plan. Okay. It was just the right time. It didn't mean anything. So it's fine. If he on the heat, this is writing on the Hello, it's me, Bobo. Hot, fast, delicious. You know what they say? Good meals, big dreams. It's not good. And I like you. I think I like you.
Pindi, my speaker.
Natematabe, my chairperson of the portfolio committee.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm starting this second session. Let me start by greeting SALGA chairperson, the deputy chair, the PC members, House of Traditional Leader, Imatu representative, SAMU representative, and all delegates to this PMA. This PMA is one of its kind, whereby it's for the first time we are doing it this way. We normally have PMA whereby we go to the venue, the delegates will gather there to share their ideas. But this time, it's not feasible due to this coronavirus pandemic. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's adhere to all the rules and regulations. Let's put our mask, let's sanitize regularly. Ladies and gentlemen, on this session that I will be chairing, this session have two subsections. Subsection 1, we will be discussing sustainable economic growth and spatial transformation, which I will be chairing, and it will be facilitated by Ms. Nomvola, the MM of Phumelela. We will have the topics that we're gonna discuss on this session. So the second session will be chaired by Councillor Swenzana. We will be dealing with good governance and reliant municipal institution. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Ms. Nomvola to introduce the speakers for this session. Ms. Nomvola, you can come on.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity that has been granted to me. And Greetings to the chairperson of SALGA, the chairperson of SALGA, Mayor Olimlamleli, the chairperson, the deputy chair, the members of the PEC of SALGA, together with the staff members that is led by the PEO, Ntate Futwa. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the MEC within our midst, the executive mayors, the speakers, the chief whips, my colleagues, the CFO, the stakeholders from the SAMU, the House of Traditional Leaders, and let me take this opportunity to welcome every one of you. My name is Nomvola Malaji. I am the facilitator who will be responsible for the panel discussion in which the delegates will receive 5 presentations from Dr. S. Ntombela from the Department of Rural Development under the topic towards a rural development framework of South Africa. That will be led by the Dr. S. Ntombela, the Agriculture and Land Reform. Will be talking to us about the master plans. And another speaker will be Mr. Siana Nkhahle and Ms. Neo Molefe from SALGA, the Professor F. Peterson from the University of Free State, Ms. Cecilia Njenga from UNEP, and we will be discussing the topics together with Ms. Dora Murema from SALGA, and then under the municipal health section, it will be Mr. Siketo Mavundla from SALGA. We have been granted chairperson a 45 minutes program director to deliberate on this topic or this subject, where we'll also take an opportunity to raise clarity-seeking questions on the topics that I have highlighted under the theme spatial development in South Africa. Chairperson, as we all know that the apartheid special planning for South Africa has created a big gap between the races in terms of both economic and social development. That is in which it has impacted on our sustainable development growth for this country. My function today will be to facilitate the conference and to discuss the important topics that will assist us to redress this unsustainable planning development of the past and coming up with the way forward. I therefore, Program Director, hand over to Dr. S. Ntombela, and they will follow in their lines of sequence in order to deliberate on this subject matter. As I have indicated, we have been allocated 45 minutes time in order to discuss this important subject matter. Thank you so much. May I hand over to you, Dr. S. Ntombela.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and a good morning to the colleagues and to all the participants to this important session. As the program director have mentioned that my name is Sfiso Ntombela is my surname. I work for the National Agricultural Marketing Council, which is an agency that provides advisory services to the Minister of Agriculture and Reform and Rural Development. Chairperson, before I proceed, if you could confirm if my presentation is showing on your side, so I can go with all the, I've shared it with. Are you able to see it?
Yes, the presentation is on the screen.
Thank you very much to the council member. We did present into the members of the council back in July when we were still collecting most of the input from the different government stakeholders to contribute into the development of the agriculture and agro-processing master plan. I think today's session from our side is really to provide you with the feedback and how have we progressed and how we plan to do the implementation of this master plan. As you in our last engagement with yourself, you did mention to us that it's one of the very critical master plan that talks into the activities and the work that you do in different municipalities across the country, and is important for the development of the sector. It is, I must emphasize upfront that the bulk of the interventions that we're putting on the agriculture and agro-processing master plan have found expression into the President economic recovery and reconstruction plan that he announced in the previous month. And it has basically been a position as one of the key sectors that will drive the recovery of the economy as we try to uplift our economy from the slump of the COVID-19. Through you, Chairperson, without taking further time, this is just to remind the members that what are really the key issues that we're trying to address with this master plan. And one of those is really to drive this change there of how do you unlock some of the structural faults that sits and constrain the growth in the agriculture and food processing, but also not just the production of food and processing of it, but the distribution, affordability of that food across different people in the country. So for us to do that, they need to be able to break in this current exclusive nature of our food system across the country, be able to move beyond just saying South Africa is food secured, but be able to say South Africa is food secured at a household level so that you deal with these issues of extreme poverty lines that we are seeing across our municipalities and our areas of communities. Building up on the available land, whether it's a land that is owned by government, let it be Department of Agriculture or municipalities or any other state-owned agent that have land, and how do you link that land with this production as you drive also the land reform program, and be able also to bring up the linkages and production on your communal areas, as we know that most of those communal areas, even if you take into account the change in climate, are key areas that will drive growth going forward. The whole issue of agricultural financing, basically the revolutionization of the agricultural financing, even to drive rural finance, smallholder financing, and then the industrial finance. All this, Chair, which is really key in all what we're saying, and will be a message that I really want to emphasize as we engage in this part of the presentation, is that all this is dependent on how government, different spheres of government, form partnership and rebuild the capability of implementing these interventions that we're talking about. If coordination amongst government organs still remain in an uncoordinated place, all the interventions which we are also putting in this master plan will just go into vain, like any other document that has come before this one. So that partnership is so critical, and it's partnership in terms of aligning the functions and priorities, in terms of allocation of limited resources, in terms of execution of those priorities, whether you're looking at a ground level or at a strategic level. Chairperson, we believe that, as we said, that when the president announced about 875,000 jobs that will be coming out from the plan that he has done, agriculture and food has a potential of creating about 317,000 of those jobs through the extension officers, through the provision of farm imports that will uplift that production, as well as other services along the marketing and distribution of food. And this will be able to directly uplift about 1.2 million households out of poverty. These are sitting across different areas of our country. So this is basically what we have all committed, and in the economic ministers cluster in the net lecture during the president engagement on his recovery plan. And now is a matter of how do we start now taking this into the provinces and municipalities so that it becomes a reality on the ground. And to do that, every province and the municipalities driven by our provincial government now are basically saying, how do you start operationalizing in terms of spatial space, creating these corridors that you need, and be able to assess the availability and the need of investment in the area of land. You might have heard not so long ago, the Minister of Agriculture announcing the rapid release of some of the land that is owned by government as part and parcel of starting to implement it. That is just the start of it, which is the land has been assessed, even though there might be some challenges along that land, but it's basically an initiation to say now, how do you start around in that land? There's work continuing around the water reforms, ensuring that you provide the water infrastructure, but the water licensing rights into the smallholder farmers together with their commercial farmers so that it can uplift the improvement. The issues of access to markets using state procurement processes as one of the levers of driving the access into market, but also expanding and leveraging on your African Continental Free Trade Agreement as you drive this regional trade. And some of these municipalities are strategically allocated as gateways into the African continent, where you're looking at SACO or the SADC countries. Very key, Chairperson, I think for this meeting as well, is the importance of how do you then, as you do that, you do it spatially so that you uplift these areas and create the co-infrastructure that is required to be able to unlock the growth of agriculture and agro-processing in these areas. We still believe that the production scheme is a model of uplifting and scaling up the capacity of the emerging and the smallholder farmers so that they can form these meaningful partnerships with their commercial counterpart and be able to access the markets. But more importantly, the production scheme will give them the necessary bargaining power that they need to secure better conditions in terms of procuring inputs, in terms of securing and negotiating off-take agreements. So all those things, Chairperson, are what the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan have initiated. When we are in that level now with different led by our Provincial Department of Agriculture working with their stakeholders to say, let's operationalize it. Let's create those jobs so that you can able to find them as you go into the ground. How is this being done, Chairperson? The national team also working on really reducing the policy ambiguities and creating this investment-friendly climate. So this talks about how do you go about the land reform and the tenure security, including the farming communities, the trade and marketing policies, the production expansion, also talking about these jobs. I must emphasize also here, Chairperson, that the whole issue of financing, there's a work on its own parallel pillar onto this, which is really looking at how do you reposition your land bank and some of the funding in agriculture and agro-processing, whether you're looking at the IDC and blending them with the commercial loans so that we create an efficient system that can be accessed by everyone that wants to participate, whether at the primal agricultural level or at the food security, at the food processing as well as the distribution of food. So this is also within the mindset to say the gap that was left by the Agricultural Credit Board after the Strauss Commission in 1998 has not been filled. And if you continue not filling that gap, we'll continue having all these emerging farmers and household farmers continue having problem of access into financing. And because all the existing instrument does not take into account the realities and the challenges that are faced by these farmers, we ought to be targeting into this master plan. So there's actually a need to purposefully and biasly create a system that will cater for those farmers if you were to do something change and different from what you've been doing. And this also not only just is a function of the government at the national level, but also some of the developmental agencies that sit in the provinces will now have to be able to upscale this and take into the dynamics that they might have in their different provinces and the municipalities in which they work with. So really, it's all about how do you unlock the regulation and legislative space so that you are able to deal with some of these issues. I must say this, Chairperson, through you, that in our assessment and the advisory into the minister and all the HODs in the 9 provinces, we met in October, is that policy legislation does allow. Yes, there's some limitation, but it does allow. It is a decision of government leaders to be able to take the decisions that are required to implement this program. What do I mean by that? Just to give you a sense of that, Chairperson, if you were to allow me one more second, is that if you're looking at our trade policy space, as much as we remove all forms of support into farmers, in terms of the WTO agreement under the domestic support sections, you do have a section as government to provide even direct support into the farmers, particularly those that are considered vulnerable, that has been excluded into the value chain over the last 100 years. If you're looking also in terms of the Marketing Act of the 1996, after the deregulation of this sector, you do have some clauses that can be used by government to be able to allocate the resources and be able to drive the support that we're talking about in this thing. So as much as legislative, it might not be as conducive as it was prior to 1996, you still have some pocket of legislative power which you can use to demonstrate. And unfortunately, the last 20 years, most of these critical clauses within this legislation to drive support for your emerging farmer and the smallholder farmer, whether it's sitting in the communal land or in government-owned land, have not been exercised in the best interest of the farmers themselves. So that's what I wanted to just really emphasize on that. And this is also talks through the SPLUMA in terms of rural spatial planning of agriculture and the provision of basic services that you require in that area. Once that is done, or that is being, the correct decision are being put here, and they cannot be put by just one arm of government. All the relative departments and in different spheres of government, whether at national, provincial, or municipalities, needs to be part of that. The second area is then this whole issue of expansion market, so that you create a space that can absorb this product which you are creating. And this is not only about just existing formal markets that are very complex and requires large scale. The creation of alternative market in the rural space, so that you not only, when you talk of transformation, you talk of transformation in terms of participation of racial players, but you talk of transformation in terms of spatial patterns of our food system, which we've seen has been one of the big issues during COVID-19, where food couldn't get into the places where they're required by the people, which drive this whole issue of food insecurity at a household level. And how do you use government levers as a carrot for investment to even go into the areas that have not seen investment in the country? The third area, Chairperson, is really now around this whole issue which I've talked about of farmer support, this rural refinancing of agriculture extension services and expanding extensions. Currently, you have one extension officer looking over 780 farmers. We want to bring that ratio down to at least one extension officer for 250 farmers, and municipalities will have a role to play around those lands. But also this whole issue of rapid release of land, linking it with water as part of the resource distribution, so that you really deal with the issue of unequal access into the resources that you need for the agriculture and food processing. What is very key here, Chairperson, I think also for the members that are in attendance, is then understanding these production schemes and understanding also these commodity corridors. We have mapped them up and we have tested them with the provinces. The provinces are now at a level where they are disaggregating this information into specific municipalities in their areas of operation. Where when we talk of the dairy, you understand which municipalities, which regions are be prioritized in that area, and what employment will come up with, so that you deal with this issue for security. The last part, Chairperson, is then the whole issue of infrastructure, which is ranging from your irrigation schemes, your marketing, whether you're looking at the national fresh produce market. And I think here, Chairperson, in terms of SALGA's work through the municipalities, because we know that most of all 21 fresh produce markets across the country are owned by the municipalities. But the state of operation and infrastructure in those municipalities, some of them are close to dysfunctionality. And how do you work closely with the municipalities and ensure that there's investment that goes in it? Because they act as a pull factor for investment in the agricultural production schemes. They act as a pull factor for creation of jobs in these areas, but they ensure that farmers do have access into markets. And until that is really dealt with in this bigger scheme of things, we won't be able to pull out all these interventions. The last area, Chairperson, which now I'm closing my slide, is really around the whole agro-processing and creating this small milling so that you localize food and you replace even the import. But you do not only process food in the areas where they've always been concentrated for that. Currently, all our food system are produced in just 3 provinces, which is KZN, Gauteng, as well as Western Cape. But even if you look deeper into those districts, it's not more than 5 districts that contribute almost 2/3 of the food processing facilities and processing value chain of our food. How do you ensure that animals don't go from the districts, whether you're looking at or Tambo or you're looking at Jokabi or any other province and district in Eastern Cape? You stop a situation where they move into Gauteng to be fed and to be conditioned into meat, and they move back into Eastern Cape to be consumed, which on its own contributing to this unaffordability of food. So those are the part when we're talking about localizing food and creating new infrastructure in SMMEs across the country is part of the intervention that will be going in there. So this will then requires a very strong partnership with the municipalities to provide the necessary compliance and incentives, but also the certificates that is required so that you speed up investment in the areas in which they've been identified as strategic and key for growing these infrastructure you need to localize food. Chairperson, these are the 6 priority areas that are driving the agriculture and agro-processing master plan. And as you've seen that municipalities across the country have a clear and a critical role to ensure that the Department of Agriculture do able to translate these interventions into the practical business opportunities and employment opportunities for all the South Africans to be able to be food secure. Thank you very much once again for your invitation. I hope I was able to provide some progress we have made in the agriculture and agro-processing master plan, and that it has contributed to your discussion today. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ntombela, for the informative presentation on the master plan and the challenges that are facing local government in terms of spatial reforms, water reforms, and access to market. I have given the presenter 6 minutes, but we could not align ourselves to the 6 minutes. Can I allow the upcoming presenters to stick to the 6 minutes presentation, because we have to allow questions and clarity-seeking questions after each and every presentation. I am not going to take any questions now. I will hand over to the next presenter, and which is Mr. Siana Nkahle and Ms. Neo Molefe from SALGA, to take us through the topic and to take us through the topic on the land program, which is generic land policy for local government, the research that has been done in terms of assisting municipality with the spatial development and economic transformation to municipalities. And I therefore hand over to Mr. Siana Nkahle and Ms. Neo Molefe. Thank you, Doctor, for the insightful presentation. Can I therefore hand over to Mr. Siana?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I note my colleague Neo has started sharing a presentation. In the interest of trying to stick to our time limits, I will be brief. Mine is just to introduce and frame the discussion. I am going to hand over to 2 colleagues of mine to deliver the detail. First will be Ms. Neo Molefe, who will present an overview of the generic land acquisition and disposal policy that we've prepared for municipalities. It is a response to challenges that we have identified in the municipal environment in terms of land acquisition and disposal. That Chairperson is located within the context of the next presentation that I will request my colleague, Dr. Rosalie Kingwill, who are doing the research on behalf of a collective of entities that they will speak to. That Chairperson is premised on the context that there are challenges in the land governance and land administration system, which amongst others lead to challenges that we've seen, such as illegal, unauthorized land occupation, fragmentation, marginalization marginalization of other people from accessing and participating in the land markets. Without much further ado, Chairperson, I will hand over to Ms. Neo. I do know that in the haste to get started, I did not do the protocols and the proper greetings. I do greet you, Program Director, Chairperson of the province, MECs, and all leadership present in the room. Indeed, all protocol observed. And I hand over to my colleague, Ms. Neo Molefe, to deliver her input. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I take cue from Mr. Nkhatle in terms of observing protocol, and I'll go straight into the presentation. Please do let me know if my audio quality gets compromised, because it does from time to time do that. As Sian has indicated, I will be taking you through the generic land acquisition and disposal policy that we have developed as an organization to assist municipalities. The point of departure for the development of this generic policy is that there are a number of existing initiatives where the state has commenced work on state land release. And I think the colleague from the Department of Agriculture also touched a bit on that. But the challenge remains that municipalities battle to acquire strategically located land that is owned by the state and SOEs. Municipalities continue to experience these challenges with regards to acquiring land that is in private hands. This has in turn created significant delays in the housing and delivery efforts of municipalities. There are a number of reasons that can be attributed to the challenges around acquisition and disposal of land by municipalities. And one of those reasons is the lack of clear municipal policy directives on land acquisition and disposal. That's just one component of the problem. The presentation that will follow will speak to a wider range of municipalities face with regards to land administration and management. But for purposes of this specific presentation, we're going to focus on that one challenge. But I must say that the problem is much wider. There are internal and external factors that inhibit municipalities' ability to acquire land in an efficient and expeditious manner. What SALGA has done is to develop a generic policy on land acquisition and disposal. And this, we're hoping to assist municipalities to address the challenges that I've touched on in the previous slide. And the specific target municipalities for this specific assignment are those municipalities that don't necessarily know where to start. We do acknowledge that there are municipalities that have developed policies, and the policies are very much advanced, and they might not necessarily require our assistance in terms of getting the basics in terms of what to consider, what to include in the generic policy. In a policy on land acquisition and disposal. But what we're saying here for this specific assignment, we're assisting municipalities that really do not know where to start. And we also are open to assisting municipalities that do have existing policies in place and would like to refine them and to create much more efficient systems, land administration systems within their respective areas of jurisdiction. The generic policy draws on the legislative framework governing land administration and management. So what we've really done is our checks and balances in terms of ensuring that the policy that is developed and adapted by municipalities speaks to what is permitted and not permitted in terms of current law. Like I said, we are trying to assist municipalities with regards to addressing various challenges relating to land administration and management. We've identified 4 transversal challenges, but I must say that there's more than that. But for purposes of this presentation, we have noted that the one challenge is the lack of uniformity and consistency in dealing with property transactions. What we've noted there is that in some municipalities, there are no clear procedures and systems on land administration and management. And this has created a lack of uniformity. Over and above that, there's inconsistent interpretation of the law, of national policies, and this has also created problems in terms of the lack of consistency in dealing with property transactions. We've also noted that there's also lack of clear directives in terms of which processes and requirements are mandatory and which ones are optional. This feeds back to the issues around lack of uniformity, lack of consistency. The third challenge that we've picked up is the lack of transparency, where we've noted that some transactions do go through the system, and very often the public does not necessarily know why those specific transactions have taken place and what those pieces of land would be used for. And this we've attributed to poor public participation practices, specifically in relation to land administration and management. We are not talking about broader public participation processes, but specifically to land administration and management. The fourth issue that we picked up is high levels of inefficiency. And I must also point out that this specific issue is not necessarily confined to municipalities. There is a much broader lack of efficiency in land administration broadly, and the next presentation will speak to those issues. So we found that in some instances, municipalities would be in negotiations with landowners for 10 years, 15 years, and really not reach some kind of conclusion in terms of the next steps. It is actually common practice for land policies and legislation to be anchored on certain guiding principles. For the generic policy, the following guiding principles are applicable, and we are hoping that when municipalities adhere to these guiding principles, they will then be able to create those efficient processes and would also ultimately be able to be transparent and productive in terms of their internal processes. We've identified 2, 4, 6, 8 challenges which speak to spatial justice, sustainability, efficiency, resilience, good administration, transparency, spatial performance management, and uniformity. We've drawn these guiding principles from various legislation that speak to planning and property management. In the interest of saving time, I won't necessarily go into the details. I'm trying as much as I can to stick to the 6 minutes that has been requested of us. The generic policy, and this is very important, we are urging municipalities in developing the generic policy to assume a programmatic approach to land acquisition. What we're saying there is that there needs to be clear alignment between the decision-making processes around land acquisition and disposal and the strategic priorities of municipalities in terms of the IDPs, SDS, and other strategic plans of the municipality. So we want to encourage municipalities to ensure that their IDPs, their SDS are implementables. While we're saying funds need to be made available for the implementation of municipal programs as per the IDPs, SDS, etc., we want to urge municipalities to make sure that land and property is available to implement those programs. What we are also acknowledging is that an ad hoc acquisition of land is inevitable, but we are also strongly discouraging it. So we are saying that while we can't avoid this specific approach, we need to also encourage municipalities to be more programmatic in terms of their approach to land acquisition and disposal. I won't go into the exact details of the policy itself. I'm just going to touch on some of the clauses or sections of the policy and try to explain the rationale behind certain clauses. I'm going to start off with the definition section. What I want to highlight there is that the terms land and immovable property have been used interchangeably. We've noted that there's been arguments pro and against that specific stance, but to create the consistency in terms of interpretation of the policy directives, we've decided to use the terms land and immovable property. The MFMA and other legislative prescripts do go into specific detail with regards to that, and they do specify what immovable property means and what land means. But for purposes of the generic policy, we've decided to use the terms land and immovable property interchangeably. What we've also done in this specific generic policy is to include a section on the problem statement. What we are trying to do there is to encourage municipalities to start thinking of their specific contexts in terms of the challenges and opportunities presented by land acquisition and disposal practices within those municipalities. And what we are saying there is that municipalities need to think and then start contextualizing and adapting rather the policy to suit their specific contexts. We've touched on the legislative framework, the policy context, where we've gone into the not guiding principles, sorry, I'm going to touch that in the next slide, but we've gone into the laws and the policies that would assist municipalities to frame their thinking, to structure their processes and systems. insofar as land administration and management is concerned. We've also included a section on the guiding principles. I've touched on those earlier in the presentation. And then we've also gone a little bit more into the admin side of things, where we've looked at the responsibility, scope, and compliance exclusions. And what I need to note there is, indicate there is that we would like to create some kind of an accountability. We also would like to create clear parameters for the policy. So in terms of the responsibilities, we want municipalities to be very specific in terms of which department would be responsible for the development and review of the policy. In terms of the scope and compliance, as well as the exclusion sections, we want municipalities to be very clear in terms of which properties are subject to the land acquisition and disposal policy and which properties aren't. I think the one thing that we need municipalities to note, which is actually quite important, because it might also create some challenges in terms of legal interpretation, we need to encourage municipalities to indicate that the generic land acquisition and disposal policy is only applicable to immovable property, because currently the MFMA, in particular section 14, covers both movable and immovable property. So we need municipalities to be very specific. And we also want municipalities to then decide whether they would like to include all properties and ensure that those properties are subject to the land acquisition and disposal policy, or whether they want to make a clear distinction between land and property that is required for service delivery versus land that is required for housing. So we need municipalities to think about that. And then we then go into the most important section of the policy, which are the policy directives. And there we start to provide guidance and in terms of what processes, what provisions, what systems need to be included in order to assist municipalities to acquire land, to transfer and dispose land, to manage leases, whether they're short-term or long-term leases. And we also would like to encourage municipalities, and this is something that is included in the policy. We want municipalities to conduct land audits, and we also do acknowledge that there's issues around capacity and perhaps limited expertise in this regard, but we would like municipalities to implement the land audit exercise in a phased manner. Where there is sufficient capacity, we'd like municipalities to conduct extensive land audits of all land that is within the municipality's area of jurisdiction. And then we'd also like municipalities to develop a repository for the storage and management of the data. And there we specifically would like municipalities to develop immovable property registers for their the land that is owned by the municipality. Lastly, we'd like municipalities to have in place monitoring and evaluation systems built into the immovable property management systems to ensure that all participants, and I'm using the word participants loosely, do adhere to the land acquisition and disposal requirements, and that there is a general compliance with the legislation governing land administration and management. That, Chairperson, concludes my presentation. I hope I have stuck to the 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you to the presenter for the insightful presentation. I have a sense that both of the presentation, they touch base on the spatial development issues, the land acquisition policy, so they are interrelated and interlinked. Can I therefore allow for deliberations on these two topics, which I believe that they are interlinked and they are interdependent? If maybe you can pose a question during using your Zoom, you can utilize the chat room where you can pose your questions in terms of this topic. Can I
interject, Chairperson?
Thank you.
Sorry, Chairperson, can I interject? There's one more presentation to be delivered on the land administration.
Okay. Okay.
Dr. Rosalie Kingwell.
All right. Okay. No, thank you. I'm sorry for missing that. But immediately after the presentation, we are going to allow questions. Delegates, feel free to pose your questions through your chat room if you don't want to raise your question here in the Zoom meeting using the video conferencing. Please feel free, because I have not seen any questions. The questions that have been posed up to now is for SALGA to avail the presentation. I see there's a comment in terms of that there is going to be a link where all the information relating to this presentation will be included, and members can have access to that documentation. Can I therefore allow the second presenter on the related subject to take us through the topic, and then I will open discussions immediately after. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody, or nearly afternoon. I'm going to get straight into this because of the time constraints, so hope the protocols can be accepted as given.
Sorry, ma'am, can I allow you to take 10 minutes presentation on this?
Okay. Thank you very much. Is my screen visible? Is my presentation visible?
You are visible and your presentation is visible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So to get straight into the issue, this is a project, a research and action project. It's not just a research project that is looking into making the question of land administration more visible and to focus on integrated land administration. That's the project purpose. And the main instigators are PLAS and PARI. PLAS is at the University of the Western Cape, and PARI is the Public Affairs Research Institute in Johannesburg. So the purpose of the project is to address critical problems in land administration, and in a co-developed sort of a way. So it's not just a report that's delivered from on high. And also to develop a diagnostic review report that we are hoping SALGA can, also co-own. So the idea is to develop an engagement strategy with key stakeholders in government and the private sector to look into the dysfunction and fragmentation of land administration in South Africa. So the whole idea here is we haven't done all the research yet. There's been a lot of research over the years. But this project is to really make issues more visible and to engage in problem solving together. And critically important, that must result in some structural reform, because there are systemic and structural problems behind some of the land administration problems that we are experiencing. So the ultimate aim is to build an inclusive, integrated land administration system in South Africa that functions in the interests of everybody, including the poor. So what is land administration? It's set within the whole framework of governance. It's the operational part of land governance. And governance itself is about processes and institutions and actions of governing. Whereas land governance is about the land-related aspects of governance. So, and of all of those, land administration is the operational side, the part that's sort of the doing part. But that doesn't mean it can be divorced from policy. It needs to influence policy as well. But the main thing is to have an efficiency to be able to enact the strategies and plans. So we define land administration as the processes of determining, recording, and disseminating information about the relationship between people and land. And it should be, as I said, set in an integrated set of institutions. So just very broadly, I'm not going to go into the detail here. You can envisage land administration as the pillars that prop up the policies, visions, plans, and strategies. And you can roughly divide it into categories like covering land tenure, land valuation and land values, land uses, and land development. And because of the pluralistic nature of our institutions, we have to include conflict resolution. And the foundation of the entire thing of the entire system is the cadastre and the land information and spatial data system. It underpins everything. So the functions of land administration can be divided into more or less 5 categories. The one that we often think of as land administration, and we forget the others, is all those ones that pertain to land rights. And we call that the juridical element. So that would be about rights to land, delimiting the parcels of land, the spatial part, adjudicating and conflict resolution, and registration and recording of information. And then the part that local government gets most involved in, and often other people forget about this part of land administration, is the regulatory part. And that's land use management issues, zoning, land use standards, mixed use areas, environmental regulations, etc. And then another element that's often left out is the fiscal part, the property assessment, valuation, taxation, compensation. And then, as I said, the underlying foundation of the whole thing is the land information system. And this is where we are witnessing the most incredible amount of fragmentation and dysfunction across the spheres of government and even within government, even within the spheres of government. So that is something that one needs to focus on as a matter of urgency. And then, of course, there are all the enforcement functions. So the purpose, one of the ideas behind this project is to actually identify the problem correctly. Often the problems are identified, in little silos. There's this problem and that, and they're all addressed separately. We are saying that the problems have to be addressed all together as a system, because land administration is a system, and it's complex and it's multiplex. So it's a system of moving and fixed parts, and it's multiplex because there are many things happening at the same time. So the whole function of land administration is to coordinate all of those parts. That's what land administration is. And that's where we're sadly lacking in South Africa, because these parts are not being aligned and they don't work well together, especially in the context of legal pluralism. So of course we're saying that the overall problem is the system is fragmented, and we need to think of it systemically. But that doesn't mean we work in abstract. We are definitely proposing to work on the ground and with stakeholders in solving the problems. But the idea is to harmonize the elements to work better. And local government has a fundamentally important role to play here in helping to harmonize. But it can't do that if the problem isn't addressed at a much bigger level, so that the interrelationships can be understood better. So another way of helping you to understand the role of land administration is to think of a road map. It's like an infrastructure, and it can take all sorts of vehicles, different vehicles. Some are taxis that take multiple occupants, some are single occupiers, some are Ubers, some are buses. But the road network is all interconnected. It's not, they're not little separate bits and pieces of roads, but they're all different kinds of roads. Some are highways, some are little gravel roads. We have to think of land administration in the same way as an infrastructure, an administrative infrastructure, where all the parts are interconnected, and it can serve diverse rights. If we only have one type of right that it can serve, then 60% of the population are left out. So we are saying there's severe structural problems in land administration. There's a mismatch that's often just simply written off as, oh, it's the formal and informal system divide, the binary between formal and informal. And often the answer is just reproduce the formal and the informal instead of trying to resolve them. So we're trying to say, let's try and bring these together so they're not working separately. So this is very important for issues of the questions of informal settlements, and all the problems that have been encountered over COVID, in particular with occupations and so on. So this is all relevant to those kinds of big issues. So we are saying that we want to move away from this piecemeal approach, piecemeal law reforms, you know, tampering with little bits of this, little bits of that. We're saying we need a national program of reform. So the key argument then, in summary, is that we are saying the diagnosis is that land administration is fragmented in a way that's detrimental, that land administration should be recognized as a governance reform domain, a domain of reform, like one of the land reform domains, but not conceived of separately. It should be seen as a part of the constitutional obligations, especially section 33, which is that every citizen is entitled to just administration. So we are trying to make land administration visible as a reform domain, a domain that needs to be reformed. And it should play the overarching integrating role for land reform and all other land-related governing institutions. We are therefore suggesting something that will be quite difficult to address, but it must nevertheless be discussed and confronted, is how land administration is conceived across the three spheres of government. We think that those need to be revisited, not to radically change them. We're not suggesting it must be, for instance, completely decentralized, because that hasn't worked well in Africa. And local government doesn't have the capacity for decentralized system. But the connections need to be made clearer, and local government's role in land and, you know, in conducting land administration across the three spheres of government needs to become much more visible, much more clearly defined. At the moment, if you look at all the functions that are listed in the schedule to the Constitution, you won't see the word land administration. We want to see that word land administration appear there. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague now, to Lauren Royston, to bring the presentation to a closure, to discuss what we see as our relationship with SALGA in this situation.
Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues. Thanks, Rose. Thanks, Chair. I know that our 10 minutes are up, Chair, but I'll be very brief. What we are identifying on this slide is issues that we suspect will be of relevance to SALGA. In relation to our project, just give me a moment. In this discussion with SALGA, we think SALGA has a critical, significant role in the project by bringing an integrated perspective to land administration. So Rose has been clear that that's what's lacking. It's very fragmented. And in SALGA's engagement with the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development's Integrated Land Administration System Initiative, we would suggest and support SALGA in bringing that integrated perspective so that that national perspective is not fragmented. In respect to our projects, we would really value feedback from SALGA because we want to incorporate your inputs into our next draft, and we hope to pursue our conversation further about collaboration. So we are discussing a partnership on co-branding, the review and the approach, and this is part of a series of provincial engagements where we've been given the opportunity to present this work. What's really important, and this is our last slide, Rose, but what's really important for us is that in our next phase of work, we're embarking on a series of detailed engagements and test sites. And this relates to what Rosalie was saying. In essence, we want to problem solve together. And that needs to start with broadening our understanding of what land administration is beyond the very narrow definition. Ultimately, it's a reform agenda, but the way that we go about reform is incredibly important. So we need to adopt, in our view, a test site approach to problem solve together. And we hope to continue to engage with SALGA in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful presentation. As I have already indicated, that these topics are interrelated and interconnected. Can I therefore allow for the questions, if there are any questions that needs to be posed in respect to this matter, in respect to this topic, where local government has to play an overarching role to harmonize the land acquisition, illegal land acquisition again, the formulation of development of sector plans, and the policies that are running the development of land acquisition within the municipality. Can I get the questions, the sense if there are questions in terms of this important topic? And let me thank the presenters from the Department of Rural Development, the University of Free State, for this insightful presentation. I don't see anything from my side on the chat room on the questions that are posed in terms of this subject matter. Can I please get the show of hands in terms of this topic? Any questions to the delegates on the subject matter? As local government, we are faced with a number of issues of land grab, illegal land acquisition, the non-availability of sector plans, the non-availability of policies, and the spatial development framework that is fragmented. Can we get any inputs or questions that seeks clarity on the subject matter? So in the absence of the inputs, I see there are no questions. There are no clarity seeking questions, even from the chat room. There are no show of hands in terms of this topic. Can I therefore ask the presenter for the closing remarks in terms of these questions, if there are no questions in relation to this? Can I therefore ask the presenters for the closing remarks in the absence of questions, please? Can I get from the presenter from the rural development, can you take us through your closing remarks in the absence of questions on the subject matter? I'm allowing you 2 minutes closing remarks for each and every presenter. Can I request Dr. Sifiso Ntombela to give us his closing remarks in terms of the presentation that has been put before us? Dr. Ntombela, are you still part of the meeting? If Dr. Ntombela is not available, Dr. Ntombela, to give us the closing remarks, can I move to Mr. Siane Nkhatle, who spoke to us on the topic on land policy for local government? Can they please give us their closing remarks? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
no, thank you very much, Chairperson. Perhaps mine would be concluding in the context of all three, but focusing on issues of land. Chair, you and perhaps the members would recognize that land has become a very topical issue in the country for a variety of reasons. As SALGA, we have participated in the Interministerial Committee on Land Reform, which is led by the Chairperson of the Republic, the Deputy President of the Republic, Deputy President Mabuza. A key issue that we have driven in that interministerial committee, Chair, is the importance of, one, adopting a balanced view on the land reform program. On the one hand, ensuring security of tenure, ensuring urban and rural land reform is taken into consideration, making sure that we find one another with traditional authorities. They have a critical role in land administration in the various areas under their respective jurisdictions. We also are cognizant of the fact that at the municipal level, municipalities need to be empowered to participate effectively, of course, in the land reform processes generally, but also in the administration and governance of land. It is in that context, Chairperson, that we are requesting the PMA to accept, on the one hand, the generic municipal land acquisition and release policy, which we then want to share with member municipalities to guide them on how they participate or they administer their land-related processes going forward. As a conclusion, we also requesting the support of the province and the members on the findings of the research that we have been facilitating with PARI, PLUS, and SERI, which would then inform our participation in the various IGR structures in the effort to continue to refine the land administration systems. We thank you for the opportunity of presenting in this Members' Assembly. We hope to continue to provide the necessary feedback over time as we continue to engage on behalf of the sector and the members collectively. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much for your concluding remarks, Mr. Siane Nkahle. Can I also hand over to Ms. Molefe, Ms. Neo Molefe, on your concluding remarks on the topic that has been presented before us?
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. I think Mr. Nkahle has covered me to some degree. So I really don't have anything else to add, except to say that we would like to engage municipalities further on the policy.
Thank you for that. Any other concluding remarks from the previous presenters, or can I close on the subject matter on the harmonizing of local government in terms of land acquisition?
Mr. Nkahle has covered us as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you to all the presenters for the insightful presentation. The MPA will take a decision in terms of the request that you have put forth in terms of the support on the findings that has been done and the research that has been done on the challenges that are facing municipality in terms of land acquisition. That will form part of the resolution. As a facilitator, I may not add anything on that, but it will be part of the resolution. We appreciate the presentation and the research that will assist our municipalities to move forward in terms of the challenges, the progress, the challenges, and the way forward in terms of land acquisition. Then I therefore move to the next presenter on the COVID-19 lessons for public service and local governance by Professor Peterson from the University of Free State. Can I hand over to you, Prof?
Good afternoon, Chair, Madam Chair, and also good afternoon to all all the dignitaries and all protocol observed. I just want to check through you, Chair, whether my presentation is on the screen.
Yes, it is on the screen,
Okay.
and it is reflecting. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank
So
you, Prof.
I'm going to talk today in the amount of time allocated to me about COVID-19 lessons for public services and local governance. And I want to start off.
Can I interject, please, Chair? You have been given, Prof, you have been given 10 minutes
okay.
on the subject matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I want to start off by looking at the themes that came out of the COVID-19. And remember, we're still within COVID-19, but these are the themes that have transpired so far. I think the whole issue of social justice and inequality came to the fore quite explicitly. We've seen that COVID-19 really has illustrated and showcased the fault lines that we have in our society, the challenges in relation to running water, electricity, good housing. Just where we focus on COVID-19, it's been very devastating on specifically the poor of our country, and those are the vulnerable people, and therefore the whole issue of social justice in that context, and what we need to, as fellow citizens, and then obviously also as local government, need to consider is quite crucial. The two other aspects, Madam Chair, that also came out clear was the whole issue of collaboration and co-creation. I think in our earlier presentations, we have heard about the closer engagement between the different spheres of government. But I think what COVID-19 have demonstrated so far is that none of these challenges are going to be resolved appropriately, optimally, and effectively if we don't start to collaborate with one another. So it's government, it is society, the communities, it is the industry, private sector, and commerce and business. It's the higher education institutions. And effectively, I want to make the comment that the collaboration should go beyond just engaging with one another and working together, but really to co-create these solutions. Because through the co-creation, you build in the whole aspect of ownership, of responsibility, that we are in this together. And that is something that I think we need to build on quite urgently and quite effectively going forward. And then the final theme that came out for me is the whole issue of social cohesion. And I often say COVID-19 really has put the world in trauma. We are traumatic for various things. I think if we have lost some of our loved ones in the earlier part of the lockdown, you wouldn't allow to share the last moments with the loved ones, and that in itself create trauma for you as an individual, but also I think trauma as we have seen community suffering due to COVID-19 for any specific reasons. So those were for me the key themes that came out of COVID-19 so far. So if we have to respond to that key themes, what is required? I would like to argue that capability, competency in and we're talking specific to local government at this moment in time, is quite crucial. Trust between the local government and those that they serve, so that we can regain that citizens can say, well, I believe in the local government. I can work with local government to be able to deliver on specific challenges. Transparency, accountability is quite key. Open communication in terms of what we say we're going to do is to be able to share that on a constant basis. And then leadership. Leadership is it's not only to say that I'm in that position. It's also to say, well, to what extent do I serve and lead what is required in the frame of local government. I want to move to this slide, Madam Chair, to just talk a little bit about strategy and where we want to focus. I do think that local government can't ignore the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations and Agenda 2030. There are 17, as you all know, 17 of those. The one that I took out is Sustainable Development Goal number 16, which I think it's probably more applicable for our presentation today. It is advancing peace, advancing justice, and building strong institutions. And we need to obviously respond, or try to respond, to most of the SDGs, but this for me is quite important. I know that local government have in itself got a strategy which is very much aligned to the National Development Plan of 2030, which focus on our future, make it work. And we need to go back and say, well, are we still on track with that? And then I want to say that within everything that we are doing in the world today, we operate in environments that are very complex. So they are complex, they are versatile, they are uncertain, and they are ambiguous. And we need to understand to what extent we as leadership are able to navigate what we need to do as local government in that type of environment. The next couple of slides, Chair, and I'm gonna keep within the time frame. It is really to talk a little bit about Agenda 2030. For me, it is important that local governance government must work with civil society, non-governmental organization, for me to strengthen the rule of law, to be able to say, well, there are sort of guidelines, there are things that we need to adhere to, and this is the way that we will do that. Coupled to that is zero tolerance for corruption, and that is very much important for us to set the example. I think we in South Africa, that's probably on the top of the agenda, but ultimately we need to make sure as local government that we are also implementing that zero tolerance stance towards corruption. And we need to ensure that we've got a robust supply chain, because that's often where challenges happen, and that financial flows in that supply chain is transparent so that people could see what's happening there. On this slide, I want to just emphasize the interdependence between what we do as local government, our engagement with the society itself, and then obviously with the business around us, and that we need to focus on clear leadership. That for us is quite important. So I just want to highlight this aspect on this slide, Madam Chair. Now, if we look at the sort of strategy within local economic development, then the focus for me, it is really about sustainable inclusive economic growth underpinned by spatial transformation. And there the deeper involvement is in fact with the citizens. To what extent are they empowered, and to what extent do they feel part of the solution, whatever that solution might be designed by municipality or the city itself. Good governance, once again, it is the engagement between a local government and new stakeholders, new partners that sits outside of government. That could be your entrepreneurs in society, it could be business, private sector and industry, it could be other partners that will further your goals. And then I think on the financial sustainability, I want to highlight the one aspect. As local government, we generate a lot of data. And I think the importance of high quality data and the analysis of that data to help us to make better decisions is for me quite crucial. And once again, partnership in that context would be important to be able to say, well, if we look at the analytics of that data, it tells us A, B, and C, and this will be the plans that we will develop to respond to A, B, and C. And then finally, Chair, I want to talk a little bit about the volatile, uncertain, and complex and ambiguous environment. As local government, and as obviously also as other spheres of government, but we're talking specifically at local government, we're going to be engaged with various risks, whether it's in the natural area, the technological area, the geopolitical area, or whether it's in the economic and societal challenges. And these risks we have to manage and we need to understand. It is important to do that because on the basis of dealing with that risk lies the capability of resilience. And to what extent do we build resilience within local government? And I think we need to also, as local government, have to say to ourselves, as with any other partner within the economy in South Africa, or for that matter in the globe, we might not be able to solve all the problems on our own. And there is where the collaboration and co-creation comes from. But I think there need to be, first of all, an understanding and a culture that need to be developed to say that we can't solve all the problems, but let us see how we can work together. And for me, the ability to therefore expand your network to ensure that we work towards solving problems is quite crucial. So I want to end off, Madam Chair, by saying that as we move in the 21st century, we need to have a local government, a public sector that is values driven, a sector that is trusted, a sector that is capable, but very important, because we're working in operating in an environment that is complex and uncertain and volatile, we need to be able to be adaptive to respond to the challenges. And my message I want to leave this conference and meeting with is that I think it's important that we realize that, and then to say, well, how can we use all of what we have in terms of collaboration and co-creation to be able to build a capability that can deliver on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Prof, for the presentation. It's eye-opening and it will assist local government in terms of adhering to the rules in terms of COVID-19. Can I get the sense of as to who would want to pose the question in terms of this topic on the COVID-19 research that has been done? I don't see any questions in the chat room. Can I see by show of hands in terms of the presentation? I think Prof spoke a mouthful in terms of our capability, in terms of local governments, in terms of our competency. Are we competent enough to handle the COVID-19? Can we adapt in terms of the COVID-19 strategies? The trust between us and the people that we serve in the municipality, our value-driven, our value chain, and the transparency in the supply chain processes in terms of COVID-19. Can I get the questions in terms of the presentation? Any show of hands? I don't see anything in the chat room in terms of the questions in relation to the COVID-19 lessons learned.
Chair, Samu.
Thank you. Yes, Samu, you are recognized. Do you want to pose a question or do you have any comments? Thank you.
No, thanks, Mancha and the collective. participants. I think we need to be brutal and frank, honest to the presentation made by Prof. That indeed, that's one area that all of us, we must see to it that how best can we assist and improve on the issue of compliance through the supply chain management procedures, mainly when engaging on processes of the COVID-19 related service providers, which were issued by the municipalities. And I don't think that it will be fair for us not to raise our concern as some following the presentation that we have observed also with great concern where most of our municipalities, where they have embarked on the processes of issuing some tenders without following proper procedures, where they have also appointed individuals without having relevant documentation in terms of the registrations of individual tenders within the municipalities. And equally to that task, I think it is a call for all of us that we must also recommend that on issues that relate to this COVID-19 tenders which were issued, in as much as the president has also sanctioned that there be an investigations on all matters that are related to COVID-19 tenders. But we believe that it is not enough on these investigations. I think our councillors must also assist us in playing a role and also adhering to the call of the president in ensuring that there is a proper investigation and a disclosure of these people who have tendered, who were appointed in various municipalities to render those services for COVID-19, because we have also noticed with great concern the quality and the quality and standards of the PPE provided in various municipalities. The issue of decontamination and the issue of deep cleansing, which were done by various municipalities, which some were not compliant. There were no certificates certifying the quality work provided by this intro. At the end of the day, we were risking the lives of our communities. We are risking the lives of our members in different municipalities. So I think this is a presentation that all of us, we must zoom into it. We must give our input sharply, so, and we must criticize one another when Chair, in a very frank and open manner, so that we can be able, all of us, to can build a good governance that is responsive through councillors, of course, to our communities and other key stakeholders. Thanks.
Thank you, Samu, for your comment. I see another hands from Kolisi Sionzana. There's a show of hands. Can I hand over to you before Prof can respond to the comments made by Samu in relation to COVID-19? I also see some messages in the chat box. Can I hand over to Tate Mkolisi Sionzana? I'm handing over to you, sir. Tate Mkolisi.
Yeah.
It seems like we are experiencing a challenge with the network. Can I request Samu to unmute?
Chair.
Can you please
Chair.
unmute, Samu? Can you please unmute your video, please, Samu? So that they can
Chair,
be audible.
am I audible?
You are now audible, that you can proceed with your question.
Thank you very much. Let me appreciate the presentation made by as well. I'm just going to ask only 2 questions. Prof spoke about COVID-19. And I know there's a number of universities that are engaged in terms of research on the treatment of the corona, that is the COVID. The second one, we were in a period of disaster when all these things happened. And we know that there are resolutions or there's legislation in terms of emergency. And those that deals with COVID-19, during that period, we were in a disaster. We were in a disaster. And the disaster laws allows for procurement that procurement on emergency. So I noticed a number of people in South Africa. They were criticizing left, right, and center. I'm not encouraging corruption. But at the very same time, as South Africans, we must not forget that we're still in a period of a disaster and emergency when it comes to procurement was applied. Can the prof deal with that? Because I heard on your presentation, you spoke about issues of corruption and so on and so forth. If you can deal with those 2 questions, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mkolisi Sionzana. Can I allow Prof to comment on the 2 questions? There are also questions that have been posed in our chat box, where the PEO, I want Prof to respond to every question that has been posed. I'm putting another one before you that says COVID-19 has forced us to do the leapfrog technology. How do we sustain the benefit of this? The next question is that there is a comment from Mema Sekho Shabalala that thanking you for the insightful presentation. And she believes that we need thorough research study on the impact of COVID-19 on local government, financial health, which was already ailing before the pandemic. And Prof, they are proposing the new service delivery models as the impact will still stay with us for the year to come. So those are the 2 questions from the chat box. Can you please take us through those questions plus the one that has just been uttered now?
Right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me start off with Mr. Futwa's question about the leapfrogging of the technology. Obviously, what COVID-19 have forced us, in fact, is to innovate. and the innovation has come through very much digitization. So technology is a key part of that. I don't think it's only leapfrogging, because it is also have given us a way, a sort of a new normal, if I use that word. So my view is it won't disappear. We will have to become more effective. In fact, before COVID-19, we had a major focus on the fourth industrial revolution. In fact, our province had a conference on the 4IR, and it's for us important that we built on that. So my view, and I think it's not only a view, that is probably facts, is that the technology won't disappear. We, as local government, we will have to adapt and exploit the technology much more. Such, for instance, in the supply chain, the whole issue of e-commerce platforms that we should probably use a little bit more. How do we reduce the number of paperwork that we have through digitization? So that, for me, is something that will happen, and we will have to build on that. Masego Shabalala, I totally agree. I think we need to do a little bit more work. And again, this is where I talk about partnerships between local government and institutions like universities and universities of technologies, to say, do we actually have a handle on in our understanding of the impact of the pandemic on local government? And is there ways in which we could assist? So I totally agree with Masego Shabalala, and I certainly, the University of the Free State, as with many other universities, would be open to have that conversation. With regard to the first comment from Mr. Mokoena in terms of the supply chain, the focus is really much on transparency. For me, it's important that we are honest, ethical, and transparent in whatever we do, not only in the supply chain, but also in other parts of managing local government. And through that, this is where you actually gain trust. And if you gain trust, you're going to have citizens that want to participate. And that, for me, is important. The last two questions in terms of COVID-19 treatment, we obviously, the treatment of COVID-19, the effective treatment will only come from the development of a vaccine. We haven't got a vaccine as yet. So in the interim, what we need to do is we need to make sure that our health services system is up and running, fully resourced. And that is really the reason why we had the lockdown that started with lockdown 5, is to build the health science, the health system capacity. And then we have to adhere to wearing a mask, sanitize regularly, and maintaining social distancing. And I think there, that might also be a continuous role that we need to play as leadership, and local government also need to play. Because what I picked up, surely amongst our students at universities, not only in the Free State, across South Africa, and also to a certain extent in society, that we're not adhering to those protocols. And that can create some challenges for us in the absence of a vaccine. So that would be my response to the COVID-19. And I hear about the laws that were in place to procure or to do emergency or urgent procurement. And that I fully subscribe. But it is always that urgent procurement or emergency procurement still have to be done in a transparent way. You can fast track processes, but there are still transparent interventions that needs to happen. And in the absence of that, we are actually falling into the trap of corruption. And I think it is how do you balance urgency and transparency? It's not the one or the other. Those two should coexist. And I think that's the difference between when it becomes corruption, if you start to do things even underneath the umbrella of urgent procurement during the state of disaster, and you're not doing it in the ethical way. That for me is the real difference. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Prof. There's another hand from the chairperson of Free State SALGA, Councillor Meolim Lamleli. I'm handing over to you, chairperson, to pose a question or to make a comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof. It was a sabotage of that sound. Thank you very much,
I'm
Prof,
sorry,
for your
Chairperson.
presentation. Your keys that research. Your keys that research. Your encouraging words. I take it. I take it from the slogan. Working together, we can do more. We emphasize that in fighting this pandemic, holders specifically the of higher learning. Prof, I think we have started with a provincial SALGA to establish the sound working relations. Can you just give me a minute for people to
SALGA technical people, IT.
Am I audible?
Assist.
Thank you very much. I was just saying, let me repeat to say, the presentation of Prof, it makes me to remember and recall the slogan, working together, we can do more. Meaning that we as SALGA and institutions of higher learning, in particular the University of Free State, as the presentation, we can do more to address these challenges of this pandemic. Now that we are seeing that the numbers are increasing of the infections, therefore, it is correct for us to be together, Prof, in this fighting of this pandemic. Now that we have universities, hospitals, as our very well-known, effective, and excellent tertiary medical institution in the country, we have seen from others of higher learning or university hospitals
Chairperson, we don't hear you anymore. SALGA technical people, will you please help us with the audio of the chairperson?
Yeah, I think there's some challenges with the audio of the chairperson there. Madam Chair, I don't know whether you would like to come in, because we couldn't hear the question actually from Councillor Maleli.
Through you, Chairperson. Chairperson.
I don't know where our chairperson is muted, Mr. Futwa.
Hello.
Prof, they've done it for me. I wouldn't have done it myself.
Okay.
Can I repeat my question?
Yes, sure, chairperson.
My question is that now that we have Universitas Hospital, which is our tertiary medical institution of note in this country, is there any initiative that has been started to try to look into and research on the vaccine that can we use or to be tested, to be utilized to fight this pandemic? And if need be, we could also even look
I think we've lost the chairperson again, but sorry, chairperson, are you back?
I am back.
Yes. You can you just repeat or the question again, because you were cut off during half part of the question. But I maybe I could respond to the part that I've heard. You wanted to know whether University of the Free State is involved in the development of a vaccine. No, we're not involved in the development. All right, sorry, chairperson. Okay.
I moved to this other office to utilize technology.
Okay.
My second question, Prof, is around the. We are used to utilizing our traditional herb called lengana. I don't know what is it in English. In Xhosa, they say kimhlonyane. So this traditional herb, you have it in every household, especially in our townships. Because of the new medicines that we are utilizing, we were not utilizing it as much as we used before. Now, my question, Prof, is, can we also have it tested so that it must meet the medical standards, as we have seen in other countries, that they have utilized it by an African doctor or a scientist? We have a lot of it here in Free State. Almost every household after this pandemic, we have started to now grow it in each and every family. My question is that, or a request, let us have our institution of higher learning to start looking at it and testing it and making sure that it's utilized so that it also plays a role in the economic development or contribute to building the economy of our province. Lastly, how can we are aware that ICTs, technology is very important, and how can we also utilize artificial intelligence in trying to use other means or methods of fighting this pandemic? Lastly, Prof, thinking about our councillors, specifically our ward councillors that are faced with this pandemic, infections, its effect in their communities where they lead. Is it possible for the university to maybe design a short course on how to deal with pandemic challenges in our communities, even if it can be with regard to public participation or awareness in our wards, so that at least they receive those short courses and be certificate. And remember, we need to, our responsibility as SALGA, we need to ensure that we empower them, that at the end of the term, if they are unfortunate to come back at least they must be able to do something. I'm just requesting for the short courses. But I want to reiterate and accept and strengthen what you have said at the beginning, that we have to work together. We have started it, and I think we must now strengthen it, Prof, and continue. Together we can do more. I agree that there must be transparency. We must be a trusted local government. All of us must be fighting corruption, and therefore I say thank you very much, Prof. I hope I was audible enough, and I
Yeah,
haven't for a long time.
right. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I, through you, Madam Chair, if I can respond to those 4 questions. The first one is about the vaccine development. So the University of the Free State is not doing vaccine development itself, but some of our medical researchers are part of a group that is a team that work with Wits University, and Wits University is part of the group that worked with Oxford University. So we are indirectly part of that extended group focusing on vaccine development and also focusing on clinical trial specifically on the African continent. So that is our involvement, but we don't develop the vaccine per se here at the University of the Free State. With respect to your second question about traditional herbs, I will have to engage. We've got an indigenous knowledge group within our Faculty of Health Sciences, led by Professor Matabesa. In fact, that is the hub for traditional medicines in South Africa. We've been identified by the Department of Science and Innovation to lead that. And Professor Matabesa is also leading a group from the World Health Organization on traditional medicine. I will have to check with him, Chairperson, to see whether they already have done that or whether, if they haven't, that they should definitely explore that. So that would be my answer on the traditional herb. With respect to the focus on ICT and artificial intelligence, what we normally do, and in fact we work together quite closely with the Free State Provincial Department of Health, where we have seconded some expertise in the area of modeling, not only artificial intelligence but also other parts of the 4th Industrial Revolution, is try to understand the pandemic, the rollout of the pandemic, where the hotspots are, who are the most vulnerable. That we're doing through artificial intelligence as well. So in terms of using artificial intelligence to develop a vaccine, that you can't do at the moment, because you obviously need to do a lot of testing and get a lot of data. But the data that the province already have, and also in South Africa, because we work a lot with the NICD and with other universities to use artificial intelligence to help us better understand what is the spread, what are the things that we should be focusing on. So we use artificial intelligence in that context. Your last question talk about short course development, and I totally agree with you. Not only about the short course focus that you have mentioned, that in itself, but I think there is such a lot of other short course support that we can provide to councillors in the municipalities and in the wards. I know that Mr. Futwa is talking with us as a university to see how we could finalize a memorandum of understanding between the University of the Free State and SALGA, and the short learning programs, because we got a very quite established short learning program office at the university, where we do a short course development in the Free State, but also in other parts of South Africa and on the continent. That is something that we should definitely explore. And I think I will definitely take that up again with Mr. Futwa, because that is something that the university definitely can provide in terms of content. But I totally support your first statement in terms of we will have to do it together, and we can make it better together. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof. I see Samo has made some comments, and Tatumkwena, in terms of the 4IR that has assisted in curbing the traveling and subsistence. So the COVID-19 pandemic, in a nutshell, has brought in some issues of curbing the expenditure in terms of traveling. Absence of other questions. Thank you, Prof, for empowering us with this insightful presentation that has touched within the context of our capabilities as a municipality, our competency, and the empowerment that we have done in terms of educating our communities within the context or within the COVID-19 pandemic that we are faced with in South Africa. Do you mind maybe concluding on the discussions that have been put forth? Just your 2 minutes concluding remarks. I think we have taken far long in terms of the subject matter.
Yeah, no, Chair. I probably will just make one statement again, and that is a statement of I think we can and will overcome this pandemic, but we won't be able to do that if we don't work together. And I'm just pleading as a final statement that let us work together. We've got the expertise, we've got the learnings, and let us pull that together and make it work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you so much. You are excused now. Can I move on to our next presenter? I am also assigning 10 minutes for each presentation in respect of this subject that touch on the environment and climate change in South Africa, and what are the challenges, the just transition for environmental change. As we all know that most municipalities are faced with drought, and some of them are faced with heavy rainfall, which is affecting most of the municipality. I am going to hand over to both the presenters to talk on the local government environment regulation and the planning challenges that the municipality should endeavor in terms of highlighting the issues of environmental challenges, climate challenges in the Free State or in South Africa in general. Can I therefore hand over to Ms. Cecilia Njenga from UNEP to take us through the presentation. I'm handing over to you, ma'am. Are you going to present, are you going to show your presentation?
Thank you very much. I am not sure, I had sent my presentation earlier, but just given the time, maybe I can just speak to my presentation and it can be shared later on.
SALGA, can you please project the presentation? Can you flag it for everyone to have the presentation before them? Is it possible, or can I allow the presenter to take us through the presentation and then it will be shared immediately after the meeting? SALGA IT, can you please highlight to us as to the status of the presentation to be shared within our platform?
Otherwise, let me see if I can share the screen.
Okay. Is it okay?
I'm not sure. Are you able to see?
You. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we are able to see. You can proceed with the presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I will be speaking about climate change and the role of local government, and I'll be talking about the 4 transformations that are required for a just transition to a much more better climate change mitigation and adaptation situation in South Africa, reflecting more also on the regional and international conventions that South Africa is also a party to, including the UNFCCC, the United Nations Agreement on Climate Change. First, I would like to talk a little bit about the challenge. The next slide. Not sure why I'm not able to, yes. So globally, what we are seeing is that the decline, there's been a gradual decline in the demand and the price for coal. And we've seen countries across the world, some actually going to even 0% usage of coal, given its implications, particularly on climate change mitigation. And therefore, there has been a call, and a much more call for countries, including South Africa, to increase its climate change ambition and move towards a pathway that is more or less coal-free and much more or less fossil fuel-free in order for us to attain the climate change ambitions that we have set ourselves of a 1.5 degrees centigrade rise, capping it at 1.5 degrees centigrade rise. At the national level, what we are seeing is that South Africa will need to have an energy transition to much more renewable energy sources within the next 10 years. What will that mean? And this is the question I'm always asked. It will mean a decade's loss of jobs in the mining industry, particularly the coal mining industry, although this shows no sign of slowing down at the rate at which would be required for us to achieve those ambitions. But what would that mean to the people that lose their jobs in the mining sector, and where are the opportunities for job creation, whether in the renewable sector or other service sectors, etc. There is a misalignment of planning and policy frameworks, and therefore what we are foreseeing as one of the key challenges is the lack of enforcement of existing laws. And I'm very glad to see that there is efforts towards enforcement and creation of capacities for enforcement of environmental laws. Inefficiencies in the management of municipal services, and this goes across the board, whether we are talking about water, whether we are talking about electricity, etc., and the opportunities that are created based on the challenges that we are currently facing. We also face a risk of unrest, mainly due to the political consequences if the coal decline and the coal transition towards renewable energy is not managed in a proper way, and the general insecurity of communities about their job losses and existing unemployment, especially what we're experiencing with the youth. So I will not go to the definition of a just transition. As we all know, it has been defined by the National Planning Commission, is one where working with people, and particularly the poor and the vulnerable, and ensuring that they are protected, the social protection is in place, and do not have to shoulder the burden of shifting to a low carbon, cleaner and climate resilient society. And here we are talking about the jobs and the livelihoods of these people. And indeed, you heard when I talked about the challenge, the need to have a managed approach in terms of how we make the various transitions. So what role does local government have to play on climate change? We do see a role broadly, both in the adaptation role and also a mitigation role within the local government spheres, and the need to integrate environmental impacts when we talk about local government long-term strategic plans, as well as the short-term strategic plans, including integrated development plans. So the need for us to factor in the environmental impact with regards to how we manage the ecosystems, whether they're strategic water sources within our jurisdiction as municipalities, whether we are talking about the management of grasslands, the management of mountains that may be within our jurisdiction, etc., etc. All ecosystems that fall within your geographical location really need an integrated approach, and they need to factor in their management within the planning sphere. The areas of focus, we see critical areas around the buildings and the infrastructure. We do know when floods come, infrastructure could be impacted on, and the burden falls mainly on the local government when it comes to the maintenance or the rehabilitation of collapsed infrastructure. And a lot of times we hardly ever factor those kind of risks and incidences within our own planning and budgeting processes. We also look at issues of transport, issues of air pollution, particularly localized air pollution due to unmanaged pollution from industrial growth or from mining activities or other activities that would be related to air pollution, and the impacts definitely having an impact on our populations. Waste and water management, where the systems are not functioning properly, where there's inadequate infrastructure, but also where the access and the outreach of the infrastructure systems in terms of water does not reach to the informal settlements that exist within our jurisdiction as being very critical. Biodiversity and ecosystems, again, that goes to the natural environment, our critical water resources, and other forms of biodiversity that are very rich within some of our jurisdiction. So UNEP does take cognizance of this, and we work towards supporting mainly developing countries to develop and implement environmental policies, climate change policies, which support a low carbon, resource efficient, and green growth, as well as policies on mitigation and adaptation to climate change, and ensure that these are properly integrated in local planning processes. So we work towards supporting municipalities seek a much more resource efficient systems in their way of planning. And we are doing this through a program called the Global Initiative on Resource Efficient Cities and Local Governments. And we look at aspects of water, energy, food, materials, and land, and see how through a sustainable development process, we do apply efficiency mechanisms such as reducing, reusing, recycling, and ensuring a zero emission and waste, and which is what we are frequently now calling the circular economy, becomes a system that the municipality can apply for better efficiency of its natural systems, but also ensuring that activities that are put in place do not impact on this natural system, and that the natural system continues to support the economic development growth of the specific local authority. We are in the process of working towards this transformation process that I said was a four-part integrated part transformation process. And we ask the how. The bottom-up process of change is critical. So in engaging stakeholders, engaging communities, engaging the youth is very critical for a sustainable process to ensure whether we are talking about climate change or ecosystems and biodiversity conservation. The need of building trust. And here, because we do know that most of the natural resources, particularly the valuable natural resources, a lot of times are held in the hands of a few, and therefore the need to engage and build trust in terms of how we collectively manage those natural resources, and enabling the different stakeholders to have a stake and express their fears with regards to how natural resources are managed. And it comes about tackling difficult conversations. These are difficult conversations when it comes to talking about land, when it talks about natural resources, our national parks, the wildlife that exists within our various jurisdictions could be very difficult conversations, but these must be held. The recognition of the interconnectedness between economy and society. So communities living adjacent to national parks are highly impacted even today as we talk about COVID-19 and the decline of the tourism industry, just as much as the owners of the lodges within the national parks. So there's need for us to have that interconnectedness and the conversations to be very, very well linked in terms of how we address this. And then the need for community-driven interventions and finding a way to support truly developed community-driven interventions and supporting local development and businesses, particularly small and medium enterprises that exist within our local communities, but also developing new ones that can be further developed that promote green transitions. So there are 4 elements. There is an economic transformation process. There is a social transformation process, which is all about inclusion and building capacities of communities. There is an ecosystems reconstruction and an energy transition process, and also a governance process in order for us to build a just transition that is inclusive of all parties. So here, in terms of designing a program around the just transitions, we are looking at the whole issue of governance of just transitions. As I mentioned, how can we better address land degradation? How can we ensure that communities, both in rural areas, in informal settlements, have access to clean water, and that the clean air is available and the health of communities are safeguarded as we undertake the economic issues. I will not go into more details on that because I've talked about it, but I'll just want to highlight here the whole issue around financing, particularly how do you finance climate change, how do you finance natural resource development, including how do we manage those natural resources in a better way by ensuring that we allocate adequate finances for that. And therefore, we do realize that these are some of the elements that are not normally part and parcel of our local government planning processes, and therefore the need for us to pay more attention by positioning issues of governance and strengthening the entire value chain around climate change to be at the realm of decision making of local governments, and also ensuring that budgets are made adequately available to address issues of circularity. When we talk about green jobs, clean tech, you know, how do we find the necessary resources to fund this, including engaging communities and creating green jobs across the various value chains. And therefore, we hope to do this by identifying various local government pilots and working with you to see how we can integrate this kind of processes within the work that you are already undertaking at the local government level. So in conclusion, we work towards efficient, resource-efficient cities and local government by assisting the cities, and I'll say local government, identifying them and monitoring their resource footprint. Secondly, linking partners and interested and cities that are interested in resource efficiency to learn from each other. So facilitating exchanges between cities within the country, within the region and globally, coordinating and supporting the development of clear goals and targets, and also providing access to expertise and supporting access to funding that may be available regionally and globally in support of climate change processes and programs. So we are informed by the global goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, and I've just put up the photo of there because the work we do as the United Nations is envisioned and is guided by these 17 goals. And we are particularly interested in 7 of the goals that talk to environmental sustainability and implementation, but we are also cognizant that you cannot have a good environment when people remain hungry. So a good environment should be able to support SDG 2, that is no hunger, but ensuring that we halt land degradation and ensure that the population and the communities where we are do not live in poverty, have no hunger, and also benefit from good health. So we do see the integrated nature of how we practice and support development processes within the local government sphere. Thank you very much, and I end my presentation here. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you for on the climate challenges mitigation that can assist our municipality. Can I also hand into in terms of this subject matter as well before taking questions of clarity? Can I hand over to the next presenter, please? By the name of Ms. Dora Marema from SALGA. Can you please take us through the regulatory framework in terms of planning and challenges on the local government environment?
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair, and the leadership of SALGA and the MECs and all protocol observed. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Could I kindly ask to share the screen?
Yes, please, you can share the screen with us.
I think Cecilia could stop sharing, or someone. I think there's still a presentation on.
Ms. Cecilia, can you kindly please exit your screen sharing so that we can allow the next presenter to flag the presentation. Can you please?
Trying to just find it. It seems I have lost the big screen. Let's see.
SALGA, from your side, is it possible to assist with the unmuting of this presentation, please, in order to allow Ms. Dora to flag or to flight her presentation? I don't see any presentation now. Mayor Dora, can you please share your presentation? Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Can you see it?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. Thank you so much once again. I'm going to be taking you through this presentation. Ms. Cecilia has really touched on a lot of issues that we are also working with. As I have been introduced, my name is Dora Marema. I am the head of municipal sustainability portfolio here at SALGA. So I'm going to be taking you through what our portfolio is working on. The first slide that I will share with you is just highlighting some of the environmental management services challenges that municipalities are facing. I think many of us will know that environmental management is a concurrent function between the national and the provincial spheres of government, and this poses a challenge in terms of lack of homogeneity across municipalities, in terms of the range of environmental management functions that are performed, and there's also no clarity in terms of assignment and resourcing of these functions. On the issues of the legislative mandate, we find that there's duplication, there's conflict and inconsistency. There are differences in the interpretation of provisions of environmental legislation and municipal related legislations, and that often creates confusion and uncertainty within municipalities. On the regulatory instruments and tools, we have seen a proliferation of standalone frameworks, a lot of strategies, policies, regulations, standard norms, guidelines, bylaws, and plans that often result in duplication, again, conflict, inconsistency, and an increase in the burden of monitoring, reporting, and review on the part of municipalities. And also there is a challenge of institutional capacity within municipalities. There's often limited homogeneity of institutional models, structures. There's limited staff that are performing environmental functions. And as a result, we have seen a lot of backlogs with regard to licensing and applications of licenses. Again, continuing on the issue on the challenges within the environmental management services in municipalities, we have seen in that there's inadequate municipal environmental performance. There's inconsistent support also from provincial and national departments to municipalities for environmental management services, and that often translates in poor state of environment within municipalities that manifest in pollution, littering, degradation of biodiversity, overgrown open spaces, proliferation of alien invasive plants and other things. Then there is the big challenge of non-compliance, non-compliance with legislative and regulatory requirements. So there's, there's a need to review environmental sector plans within legislated timeframes, and often this is a challenge for municipalities. There's also the issue of promulgation and review of environmental bylaws for air quality management, waste management, natural resource use management, coastal access, and other things. There's also the issue of the development and review of open space management, for example, the enforcement of bylaws to control access, occupation, and activities within open spaces in municipalities. There are all sorts of requirements that municipalities have to report on environmental management inspectors, on the designation and trainings of environmental management inspectors, the regular reporting on ambient air quality monitoring, and the failure to process ambient emission licenses within the legislated timeframes, and also utilizing the appropriate electronic systems that have been provided. So these are just some of the non-compliance issues that a lot of municipalities are facing. And one of the biggest areas that municipalities are being challenged on is on the issues of climate change and climate responses. So we know that, and I think Cecilia has mentioned in the previous presentation, that climate change response is a cross-cutting issue. However, there is no defined mandate, and as a result, no specific financing instruments and resources for this, as well as policy and knowledge gaps, and that also results in policy and knowledge gaps for both vertical and horizontal alignment of this function. In terms of legislation mandate on climate change, there is the climate change bill, and hopefully soon we'll have an act that provides the framework that sets the principles, that also mandates municipalities to develop and implement climate change response plans. However, there is no fiscal environment which is conducive and specifically geared to finance these climate change plans of municipalities. On the regulatory instrument and tools front, there is limited vertical alignment of sectoral compliance and measurement tools within municipalities. Again, institutional capacity constraints that result in a lack of standards for regulating regarding municipal human capital and institutional models. Again, the funding and the finance gap. We have seen that there are very limited fiscal instruments that allows for the flow of funds towards climate and technology innovations for municipalities. Continuing on the issue of climate change, the biggest sectors that are considered high emitters of greenhouse gases are energy, transport, solid waste, wastewater, and public buildings. And these require higher levels of capital investments to implement lasting emissions reduction solutions and build resilience within municipalities. However, although these sectors are financed predominantly by capital grants for infrastructure development, little provision is made for innovations for implementing sustainable emissions reduction and climate resilience initiatives. As a result, there remains a huge financing gap in local government for climate change action in both mitigation and adaptation sectors. There is a huge need to move towards low emission development, and as a result, we need to look at on the energy sector. We need to look at the issue of decarbonizing energy supply, exploring renewable energy and biofuels, reducing and managing energy demands using solar water heaters and other low energy consumption technologies in commercial and residential buildings. On the transport sector, we need to start exploring accelerated modal shifts and for the development of integrated rapid public transport networks, explore the fuel economy norms and standards for fuel efficiency. In the waste sector, we need to look at the waste management hierarchy that starts to explore waste avoidance and reduction, the reuse, recycling, recovery, treatment, and disposal of waste, which potentially will contribute to a reduction in emissions from material life cycles.
Miss Cecilia, Miss Dora, can you please maybe just because this is an internal document that can be deliberated within our different committees. Can you maybe just cut short and I'm giving you only 5 minutes to wrap up on this presentation to allow the next presenter because we have taken a bit of time.
Okay, that's fine, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Okay, and then the last thing that we want to highlight is the economic opportunities in the environmental sector that municipalities can take advantage of. And I'm sure many of them have heard about this, the PAKISA program. We also would like to assist municipalities to explore some of these opportunities within the PAKISA programs that are focusing on waste, biodiversity, and the oceans economy. And I think just to say that our work in this last remaining quarters of the year is going to be focusing on assisting municipalities to improve environmental compliance. And there we are looking at the legislative policy and fiscal framework. We are looking at the capacity and skills development for the environmental sector in partnership with the Department of Environmental Affairs, Forestry and Fisheries. We are also working on an environmental compliance benchmark. So basically our work, priority areas are looking at the 4 quadrants. The first one being the environmental compliance, which is more around accountability, and then also the local government support, looking at the skills, conducting skills audits and assisting with capacity building. Then the third quadrant is around the issues of sustainability, where we're looking at city sustainability programs and assisting municipalities to operationalize the PAKISA programs. And the fourth being the climate resilience program, which looks at conducting climate proofing assessments of municipal plans, particularly infrastructure plans. So I think that's in a nutshell the gist of the work that we are going to be conducting. And I think the presentation can be shared, and we're going to be reaching out to all municipalities to work with us on some of these issues that I have presented on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Memarema. It is quite comforting to observe that SALGA is assisting municipalities in terms of the development of a comprehensive framework that will assist the municipalities to comply, because climate change and the environmental mismanagement is the factor in all our municipalities. Thank you so much. Can you please share the presentation for all the delegates so that they can be privy to this information? And thank you very much for the insightful presentation, and also thank the presenter. Can I maybe allow the clarity seeking questions in terms of this subject matter, if there are any questions before I allow the last presenter? Or can I maybe allow our colleague from SALGA to take us through the presentation, and then I will then allow the comprehensive questions to be posed to the presentation that has been put forth to us. In the interest of time, can I please maybe hand over to Mr. Siketo Mavundla? I'm giving you only 5 minutes. I take it that you are the colleague that can also share this information, and it can be dealt with through our IGR platform, where we are going to interrogate the document further. I'm handing over to you, Mr. Siketo Mavunza, and I'm giving you only 5 minutes in terms of your presentation. And then I will allow all members to wrap up after the questions and clarity seeking questions platform has been concluded. Please don't leave the Zoom meeting until the end of your presentation. Can I therefore allow Mr. Siketo Mavunza to take us through the presentation on the municipal health services?
Thank you, Chair, and the facilitator for the session, and greetings to all members in the Assembly, all protocol observed. Can you indicate, Chair, if you are able to see my screen? I will take it you are able to see my screen. I'm presenting on the capacity for municipal health services, which is a function which has been allocated to local government as per the Constitution of the Republic, and is the function which includes, amongst other roles, the monitoring of water, water quality monitoring, food control, disposal of the dead, waste management monitoring, environmental pollution control, and many more functions as defined in the National Health Act. Chair, just to indicate the rationale behind this presentation, the function is rendered by districts and metropolitan municipalities as prescribed in the Municipal Structures Act, Section 84, and also the National Health Act, Section 32. And the officials who are rendering the service are referred to as environmental health practitioners, and in the past, they were referred to as health inspectors. Linked to the previous presentations, with the emergence of climate change, with the emergence of COVID, with the emergence of food insecurity and poverty, there will be an increased demand for this service in relation to food control, in relation to pollution control, in relation to water quality monitoring. So currently, in terms of the staff complement in the province of the Free State, with regard to the officials who are tasked with these responsibilities as follows. In Fezile-Dabi, with a population of 494, let me indicate, Chair, that the population is as per the 2016 community survey, and also indicate that this is a moving target, given that the population will keep on increasing. The district is required to have 49 environmental health practitioners, and the district currently has 7 environmental health practitioners and has a shortfall of 42. In terms of the ratio which the National Policy on Environmental Health and the World Health Organization has prescribed, that 1 environmental health practitioner should service a population of 10,000. Currently in Fezile-Dabi, you have got 1 environmental health practitioner servicing a population of 71,000. In the Zweliputswa, of the population of over 600,000, the required number of EHPs is 65. The district currently has 13 with a shortfall of 52, and the current ratio, 1 environmental health practitioner is servicing 65,000 population. In Mangaung, with a population of almost 800,000, the required number of EHPs is 79. Number of those who are currently appointed is 18, with a shortfall of 61, and the ratio of 1 is to 44,000. Taumfutsanyana, with a population of almost 800,000, the required number of EHPs is 78, currently appointed is 19, and the shortfall is 59. The ratio, 1 environmental health practitioner is servicing 41,000 population. The last district, which is Harib, with a population of over 125,000, the required number of EHPs is 12. The number of the environmental health practitioners currently appointed is 3, the shortfall is 9, and the ratio is 1:42,000. So in the province, as per the 2016 stats, the population required 283 environmental health practitioners. Currently in the employ of local government is 60, with a shortfall of 223, and a ratio of 1:47,000. This simply means that almost 50% of the population of Free State may not be receiving efficient and effective municipal health services, and therefore they are exposed to all the risks which comes with the non-provision of municipal health services. With the long-term impact of COVID, which may even require a new normal, where we may have to strengthen bylaws or enforce bylaws on other social norms, for example, wearing of PPE, where we are going to have increase, the number of people who are doing informal businesses increasing due to unemployment, the shortage of land for burial, and the number I've indicated, the number of informal businesses. So there will be an increased demand for municipal health services. And again, the implication of us not providing sustainable municipal health services may lead to loss of life, resulting from preventable illness, communicable diseases such as respiratory and diarrheal diseases, non-communicable diseases, the outbreak of diseases, including cholera and other diseases which may emerge, environmental degradation, the litigations from both consumers and business communities, because it is expected of us to provide this service. And in other areas where environmental health practitioners are either not available or not doing their service, we see the emergence of bogus environmental health practitioners taking over. What we are recommending, Chair, is that municipalities should progressively appoint environmental health practitioners to address the backlog and ensure safe and healthy environment. Municipalities should also consider the appointment of environmental health graduates as community services EHPs. This is where they can appoint them over a period of a year, because we are having a number of graduates who are sitting at home unemployed, and yet they can be better utilized by municipalities for the benefit of the communities. Lastly, Chair, we also need to ensure full capacitation of existing staff complement. We have got these environmental health practitioners, some of whom are not appointed as peace officers, meaning that they can't even enforce bylaws. So we need to ensure that they have got the relevant tools and trade, tools and trades. They are also trained in other areas of the functions to ensure that they are better utilized to deliver this service. That brings me to the end of my presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mavunza, for the presentation on the environmental health status within our municipality. I am not going to allow any questions. I will allow the questions to be posed through our chat room in the interest of time. And let me take this opportunity to thank the chairperson and the delegates for affording me an opportunity to facilitate this session, which was fruitful, insightful, and very empowering. Thank you very much, Dr. Ntiso, Councillor Ntiso, for the opportunity. I'm handing over to you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nomvola. Thank you very much for the speakers who presented here, and also those who contributed meaningfully. The session was very informative. For the interest of time, because we run behind time now, we shoot straight to a second session, whereby it's supposed to be chaired by Councillor Swenzana, but I will proceed to that session. I will call upon Dr. Leisure to come forth to do the presentation. We were supposed to do this as second subsection 2, but we are moving. This one for MTN will come at the last. So Dr. Leisure, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair, delegates, all protocol observed. I've got a short presentation that is about, that covers some research that we did into section 139 interventions, which I'm gonna share the presentation with you. Let me just get it into the view. Right, everybody can see that. Okay. Just a brief overview of the section 139 interventions. The full report is on the PARI website if you'd like to go and have a look at it. Just a background to the research. What we did is we had a look at all the section 139 interventions that have been done since 1998. There were 140 of them in total. 15 were set aside by the courts or by COGTA. So there was a total of 125 interventions. This was from 1998 until the middle of 2019. And the aim of the research was to have a look at whether or not these interventions could be called a success, in terms of the impact of the interventions on the financial sustainability of the municipalities, and in terms of the impact on their operations. And if they hadn't been a success, what were the main reasons? Well, the very simple answer was that most of the interventions failed to deliver a sustainable improvement to the municipalities. And the way we had a look at that is we had a look at a whole lot of financial and operational indicators from 2 years before an intervention, the period during an intervention, and then for the 2 years after the intervention. And not only had most of the interventions not resulted in a sustainable improvement in the municipality, but in some cases the municipality was actually worse off after the intervention than it had been before the intervention. So clearly there was something going wrong with the system. Just briefly to review the contents of section 139, because this was one of the factors that in fact contributed to the poor performance. There are in fact 3 different types of interventions that can take place in terms of section 139. Most people tend to think of section 139(1) as the only part of section 139, but in fact there are other sections as well, which is important. So section 139(1) is an intervention that takes place if the municipality fails to fulfill an executive obligation. And what is an executive obligation? Well, what the courts have ruled is that an executive obligation is one of the local municipal or district municipal powers and functions allocated in terms of the Constitution. So it's something like the provision of water, the provision of electricity, and the provision of other services by the municipality. So the failure to fulfill an executive obligation means that the municipality is failing to fulfill one of those functions to the extent that it should be. Either it's failing in waste management or it's failing in water supply. Section 139(4) is if the municipality fails to pass a budget or associated measures within the necessary time period. Section 139(5) deals with serious financial problems within a municipality. And the courts have ruled that even if there is, let's say, there's a problem with the water supply in a municipality, if the underlying reason for that is because of a lack of financial resources or severe financial resources in the municipality, section 139(5) should apply. Now, each of these sections has got a different remedy, a different way of addressing the solution. So obviously it's very important to ensure that the correct remedy is applied, that when we do the intervention, we actually do it in terms of the correct section of Section 139. And what we found, in fact, was that almost all of those 140 interventions that we assessed had been done in terms of Section 139(1). So what did our analysis show had gone wrong in terms of the high failure rate of interventions? Why were Section 139 interventions not having the desired effect? Well, firstly, the interventions were coming too late. Secondly, the wrong sections had been used. Executive obligation had been misinterpreted. Administrators were being used incorrectly. All of the parties, the provinces, COGTA, Treasury, nobody had been behaving the way that they should have, and the supporting institutions are weak. So as you can see there's a large number of factors that have been contributing to the poor performance of Section 139. The most important one of these, though, was that interventions were coming too late. And most of the interventions, and that's especially the interventions we've seen in the past 5 years, are taking place when the municipality is either in a state of total collapse or it is close to a state of total collapse. We were in one municipality which 3 years before there was an intervention had every single piece of furniture and movable asset and computer in the municipality repossessed by the creditors twice, and there still hadn't been an intervention. There wasn't one single working water meter or a working billing system in the municipality, and still there hadn't been an intervention. And the point is that Section 139 was written precisely to prevent municipalities ever ending up in this situation. And the reason why interventions are coming so late is because people are saying, whether it's COGTA or the National Council of Provinces, that local government is an autonomous and independent sphere of local government, and therefore the intervention is the means of last resort. Well, if you read the Constitution, the word autonomous and independent does not feature anywhere in the Constitution in respect of a sphere of government, nor is it in the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act or any other act. What the Constitution says is that there are 3 separate, equal, and interdependent spheres of government, not autonomous and not independent. So the fact of the matter is that this idea that municipalities are autonomous means that, in fact, local councils' interests are being put ahead of the interests of the people who live in the municipalities, which was never the intention of the statute. And the problem is that municipalities that reach a state of total collapse have a very long battle for recovery. There's no big cash injection. If you're a municipality, you can't get a bailout like SAA can. You don't get a bailout. You have to try and recover that money yourself. It can take between 5 and 7 years for a municipality that has reached a state of total collapse to be able to get back to a reasonable state. And during that period, it's the poorest and most vulnerable people in the municipality that require municipal services that suffer the most. So earlier interventions generally mean better results. And the other problem is that in the event of serious financial problems, both Section 139 and the MFMA are quite clear. If a municipality is in serious financial problems, and the MFMA defines these, there should be no discretion about the intervention. The intervention is mandatory. There has to be an intervention. But in fact, people are looking at it. So the wrong sections are being applied. So in what our research found is that most of the interventions that have taken place in the last 7 or 8 years should actually have been Section 139(5) interventions, because the problem was serious financial problems in the municipality. But in fact, Section 139(1)(b) had been used, which is the failure to fulfill an executive obligation. And what has happened is that the term failure to fulfill an executive obligation has in fact been used to mean there's a problem with basically everything that the municipality does. And this is completely incorrect. And the courts have ruled quite clearly on that. What we saw now in the Tshwane judgment, in fact, that the court went further to say when there is an intervention in terms of the failure to fulfill an executive obligation, the application for the intervention must clearly state exactly which executive obligation it is that isn't being fulfilled. So what is happening is that we are applying the wrong remedies to the wrong situations, which means we're not addressing the underlying root causes of the municipal failures. And this is why we have these repeat interventions over and over again. In some municipalities, there have been 5 Section 139 interventions. I think there's an issue with all parties. Provinces have the primary responsibility to make the correct diagnosis of what the actual problem is and to apply the correct section, and in large parts they're failing to do so. National COGTA and the National Council of Provinces are supposed to exercise oversight over the process to make sure that the intervention has been correctly done, and they're also failing to do so. In respect of serious financial problems, there's supposed to be a mandatory obligation that if the province doesn't intervene, National Treasury is supposed to intervene, and they are also failing to do so. So there are a large number of parties to Section 139 interventions that are not doing what they are required to do. In the report, we've written extensively about what we think needs to be done. Section 139 is a powerful and effective tool to prevent municipal collapse, but we're not using it appropriately. So we need legislation and regulation that will address all of these issues, and that will make sure that interventions come sooner based on a clear and objective set of criteria. We do know that COGTA, we presented this research to the National Council of Provinces a couple of months ago, and the DM was in that presentation. We know that COGTA is currently working on a more detailed set of guidelines to manage interventions. So hopefully down the line, these things will work in a more coherent fashion. Thank you. If you'd like to download the report, you can go to our website and you will find it there. It's called Mind the Gap. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The chairperson of the session has joined us. I will give him to continue with this session. Councillor Swenzama, you can come on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ndeso. I think let me greet everybody, the leadership of SALGA, Ndate Sotashe, chairperson, as well as the administrative leadership, starting from Ndate Ukolile, Ndate Lance, Ndate Futwa, and also all the presenters which are here. I think the presentation has been made by Mama, just that I didn't write the name. It's all about interventions. We all know that there are gaps on these interventions. Yes, the law is there. I mean, the constitution is there, but there's a gap when it comes to legislation. MFMA tried on one aspect when it comes to financial problems. I'll then check whether we cannot get clarity seeking questions. After that, we'll then go straight to discussions. I will then invite hands. Ndate Lance, I thought before we go to clarity seeking questions, I understand that you are going to present as well. Are you ready to make a presentation?
Program Director, indeed, I'm ready. At your instruction, I can present.
Okay, thank you very much. You can continue then.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm just sharing my screen. I thought I was not going to do this, but I think it would be a missed opportunity if I don't. And I'm really being triggered by the presentation made by Dr. Ledger around the difficulties of Section 139. And I just wanted to quickly hit home as it relates to a municipality in the Free State to just outline what are some of the difficulties with the how part of intervention. Just a very simple example.
of Mangaung municipality in the Free State, where, as Dr. Ledger had said, there's a section 1395A, which is a financial intervention, supplemented by section 1395C, which is essentially provincial government taking over the implementation of the financial intervention, which is the implementation of a financial recovery plan. So that happens in December last year. The MEC communicates that decision both to the municipality as well as to SALGA some 11 days later. And then on the 27th of January, so just over a month since the decision was taken, administrators take over. So administrators are in the office and they are starting to do their work. I put the work in inverted commas because at the time it is undefined, and I will explain why I'm saying it's undefined. Because only in May do we have terms of reference being communicated, and terms of reference meaning the marching orders of the administrators team are finalized 4 months or just under 4 months since they've taken office. So the question is, what were they doing from the 27th of January up until May 2020? And what informed that doing? So when I said work in inverted commas, what work were they doing and what defined that work as from the 27th of January? But what makes things quite more disturbing is the fact that Section 1395A says there must be a financial recovery plan developed, and the C part is provincial government taking over that responsibility of implementing that plan. So there are people in January take office, their terms of reference are finalized in May, but what they are supposed to implement, which is the financial recovery plan, is not even finalized 6 months, 7 months later. So the point I wanted to make with this slide, Program Director, before I move into the real part of my presentation, is that Dr. Ledger has correctly outlined that there have been numerous difficulties with Section 139s, and in the main, it relates to the how part. I think when there's a closer look into the challenges that municipalities are experiencing, I think all of us would agree that there is a need for, well, there are challenges we must acknowledge, and there's a need to address those challenges. The part that we are not spending time on is how do we address those challenges? What is the method that we are using to address it? And who are the correct and or appropriate stakeholders to assist in addressing those particular challenges? And in the absence of us spending time on those areas, we will continue to have the challenges that we have in this example that we have in Mangaung. But let me come back to the purpose of why I have been asked to present. And this part is the SALGA response to the challenges of interventions. And what we are trying to do is to become proactive rather than reactive. So we don't want to become part of the conversation where there's an intervention. We want to become the conversation months, if not years, before one even thinks about an intervention. So our approach is based on 3 key areas we would want to look at introducing. The first one, ongoing self-assessment by municipalities. So municipalities assessing their own performance. Secondly, monitoring, meaning provincial government playing their monitoring role. And thirdly, identifying the support. So when I spoke about these areas, these are the areas I am talking about. So we are looking at the introduction of a self-assessment tool, which will assist municipalities to assess their own performance based on the reports that are developed by themselves on an ongoing basis in line with the legislative requirements. And as they self-assess, they must also self-correct. And that is an obligation that municipalities have. All we want to do is institutionalizing that obligation through an appropriate system and a tool. The second part, we would want to advance the monitoring role that ought to be played by both national and provincial government. Whilst many are pointing the finger at provincial government for not playing their monitoring role, but the same could also be said, as was said in the previous presentation, about national government, where provincial government itself is failing to play the monitoring and or support role. They themselves are likewise also failing at the national point of view to monitor, play the monitoring role. So that is something we would want to reintroduce. It again is not new. All we would want to do is place emphasis on it. And then the third part linked to the previous two is when municipalities have self-corrected or self-assessed, self-corrected, and realize that they are unable to do this on their own and that they would need the necessary support, is being able to target or mobilize for targeted support that could either come from provincial government itself, could come from national government or any other national role player, including SALGA itself, or it could also come from a neighboring municipality or a municipality of similar capacity from which that municipality that is having those challenges could draw less from. So looking at both intergovernmental as well as intra-governmental support that could be mobilized to assist those municipalities. And in our view, if we can breathe life into this approach, we would be able to avoid many of the interventions that are currently finding expression in the local government space. But in order to have an early warning system, we would have to define what are the performance indicators that would be assessed on an ongoing basis to determine whether municipalities is executing their responsibilities. There is a lot of work that has happened in this space, and it goes back to as far back as 2014 and linked to the B2B, where COCTA itself had circulated a template of questions that they were posing and asking municipalities to respond to those questions, which would have assisted in assessing how a municipality is performing. So that information has been requested from as far back as 2014 by COCTA. What COCTA has done with that information is use it in a platform that is being created with the participation of a number of role players, including SALGA itself. And you would see there on the slide, it shows who is involved in this particular team that is looking at developing and finalizing the local government indicators that could then be used for the early warning system that would be introduced. It has been implemented quite extensively by metros from 2017, so we are now in year 3 of metros implementing some of these indicators. Now, this slide is just trying to show you what we are trying to resolve. Is this difficulty that if you look just simply at the metros, and 8 metros that we have in the country, you will see them at the bottom. And then at the top, what you see are all of the reporting requirements that must be met from all of the different role players. And you can see there are many. There are 9 role players in total. And if you look carefully at what municipalities are asked to report on, there's a lot of duplication, there's a lot of fragmentation, and then there's insufficient coordination. But more importantly, there is very little that is being done with the reports that are being submitted by municipalities. They are not assessed on an ongoing basis, with the exception probably of National Treasury that does a very useful exercise on a quarterly basis. But the rest is it goes into an in-tray and then it dies in an in-tray, and it's never used as a tool to monitor the performance of municipalities. So it's a minefield in the local government space, and we are only talking about metros in this example of numerous reporting requirements that exist. I mean, this slide just shows you that on an annual basis, there's about 2,572 indicators, and with just under 19,000 data elements. And it's crazy, the amount of reporting that is required. So the intention is to reduce the reporting requirements and streamline these reporting requirements within the context of the work that is currently being done. And ultimately, we would want to see the minister, as mandated by Section 43 of the Municipal Systems Act, to prescribe and regulate what these key performance indicators are for the entire local government space, but from a differentiated approach point of view. So looking at secondary cities, looking at your metros, looking at your district, and looking at your locals respectively, and not looking at them with the same lens as if they are the same in both form and shape. So the idea is to have a singular set of indicators for local government, but on a differentiated approach. It could also be used by provinces to supplement what they would introduce as additional requirements, but also from a municipal point of view, based on their own dynamics and their own circumstances, to also look at what could be additional indicators that they would want to include. The process is at an advanced stage. There is a lot of work that has happened over the last 2.5 years. A number of meetings have been held, a number of workshops have been held. We are now at the stage that we are revising the indicators, and it was to be concluded by last month. So by last week, it was supposed to be concluded. Between now and next week, Thursday, we would be, or Friday next week, we would be looking at comments that will come from SALGA, from members of the technical MINMEC, meaning across all of the provinces, with a view to come up with a revised set of indicators by the end of this month. And then once those indicators have been revised, they would then be shared through a circular coming from COGTA. And then we would go into piloting those indicators in the next financial year, leading up to the next financial year. So between January, February, we'll start with the piloting phase, introduce an ICT system linked to it, so that we can go full-blown implementation from July 1st, 2021. Then continue to look at learning from the pilot a year from now, and then update where necessary, and then move into the next financial year in 2022 with the second year of piloting, and hoping that ultimately 2 years from now, we would be able to finalize the regulations that will then be used for municipal planning and performance across the local space. So an exciting period ahead of us, the next 2 years, in trying to assist with introducing the foundation, introducing the building blocks that would avoid the interventions that Dr. Ledger has presented earlier. So Program Director, that's our presentation, and we are merely wanting the PMA to note some of our concerns around Section 139, very much linked to the concerns raised by Dr. Ledger. Also for the PMA to note our new approach to support and interventions. And then lastly, an indication of where we are with the local government indicators, and that municipalities are indeed expected to make their comments by the 13th of November. We will ensure that on this platform, Program Director, we will share the base document. Municipalities can go and reflect thereon, and by next week, Friday, can provide comments. Those comments could come directly to us, or it could be sent to the team, and there's a contact detail that I will share that could be used for the benefit of those participation. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Ndatelans. Yes, let me check before I invite questions whether there's no other presentations on the same subject. Dade Futwa? Dade Futwa? Yes, I'm saying on the same subject, there's no other presentation. If none, then we'll go to clarity seeking questions.
Chairperson.
Thank you.
We have two presentations in this session that are left. There's one by Chris Dobie, Local Government Ethical Leadership, if you look at the program. Then the second one on local government elections. Perhaps the one on local government ethical leadership could come in before the engagement because they are interlinked, the first three presentations. So perhaps maybe before we open for discussions, if we could get that one, because they are dealing with similar issues, the three first presentations.
Okay, thank you very much. The last one, which deals with IEC, will be separate. Let's finalize this one.
From Dobie, from Chris.
Yes, and over to him. I had invited the presenter to come and make a presentation on ethical behavior. Dade Futo. Dade Tumeleng Liba. I'll now get along. Recreate yena etilanga ethical first.
Okay, Chairperson. Chairperson, can you take inputs and comments on the first two presentations and then we move to Ndate Diba?
Okay, thank you. Can we, I'm now inviting questions and comments. On my side, I don't see any hand. Ndade Futwa. On my side, I don't see any hand. If there's none, we can then proceed to the last presentation. Ndade Futwa.
There are no hands, Chairperson, unless we can give the presenters the parting comments.
Maybe yes. Let me start with Doctor, then from there. Under the lands. And I heard that the lands was also indicating that one of the solutions to the problems that we're having is to have a legislation that regulates what is there in our constitution. And work has been done to deal with those, but is going to deal with that on his conclusions. Let's start with the doctor, then from there we'll then go to Ndate Lands, you'll be the last. Closing remarks from doctor.
Chairperson, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Can we please take the parting shots from Lance, if Lance has any parting shots, and then we take the presentation from Mr. Diba from IEC, and then after that we'll take Chris Chris is being assisted by our IT to just connect. And we will take the presentation from Chris after IEC.
Okay, thank you very much. On that order. Excellence.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Perhaps just only one thing is that in terms of the regulatory framework, there has been discussion for at least the last 9 years about developing a piece of legislation that will be that guiding framework, considering that the concern is only been the how part. It's not necessarily the manner in which the Constitution has outlined the intervention provisions. And that work is at an advanced stage. So there is an intergovernmental monitoring support and monitoring and interventions bill that is going through a process of internal consultation. As SALGA, we had developed comments on that bill, and we are waiting for the next version of the bill once it comes into the public space for public comments. That bill itself will assist tremendously in providing the guiding framework for support to be given to municipalities on an ongoing basis as defined and prescribed by Section 154, but also for ongoing monitoring of municipalities, and therefore the need for the early warning system to enable those who monitor to have a clear picture of the areas that are identified for red flag. So that is work that is ongoing, and we will update members as things are developing. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ndatelans. I think what now, I'm sure that Futwa has indicated what we are going to do after you. It means that Liba will come in, and then after him, then there's going to be the last presentation.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's allow him then.
Thank you. Mr. Liba, are you
I am ready, Ndatia. I'm just waiting for the presentation to be flagged.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ndatia, are you there?
Yes, do you want us to fly it from our side?
Yes, please.
Okay. Secretariat, can you please just flight the presentation from IEC? Thank you, Ndateliba. It's
okay.
Coming up. If you can, Dateliba, you can start talking to it. They're putting it up.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson and colleagues. All the established protocol observed. Chair, I'm mindful of the fact that time is not on your side, and I will try to be as short as possible. We've been requested to address you on preparations for 2021 local government elections from the IEC's perspective. And there are few issues that we would like to share with you, and those are reflected on slide number 2 briefly, and those include the elections timetable, the system, the number of councillors and municipalities, the electoral laws amendment bill, the voters' roll, and key innovations. We'll also briefly talk about the issues that were mentioned around COVID-19, but this time specifically how they impact on our preparations for elections. We are aware that the local government elections are in the main regulated by Section 159 of the Constitution, and read with the Municipal Structures Act, they provide for the term of a municipal council, which is 5 years. It also specifies that the election should take place within 90 days of the expiry of the term of the current council. Therefore, for the 2021 local government elections, the period of 90 days, that window that I spoke about, starts on the 4th of August and it ends on the 1st of November. The reason for this is, remember, with the 2016 local government elections, they were held on the 3rd of August. So we are using and working on the first available legally prescribed day, which is the 4th of August, and we are not supposed to go beyond the 1st of November. And legislation vests the responsibility of determining the date of an election to the COCTA minister. But the law further prescribes that the minister decides on the date with consultation or after consultation with the commission. That consultation has happened, but it has not been concluded. We are, however, working on the assumption that we shall have an election on the 4th of August. We know the electoral system that we use in the country, which is basically a mixture of what councillors, which will be 50%, and proportional councillors, which should also be half, 50%. And we also remember that those in the metro in Mangaung will get 2 ballots, and those in local municipalities would get 3. The first one being a ward ballot, the second one being a PR in the very municipality where, local municipality where a resident stays, and the third one would be for the district council, directly elected district councillors, the so-called 40%. We know how the 60% are then dealt with, because those come from the municipalities after they have been organized. They would then amongst themselves delegate those who would represent them in the district council. At the moment, the Municipal Demarcation Board is still working on the number of wards that the Free State province and all other municipalities in the country would have. However, we are mindful of the fact that the number of municipalities in the province, they remain unchanged from 2016. And those are 1 metro, which is Mangaung, 18 local municipalities, and 4 district municipalities. The total number, Chair, are as they appear in the slide number 6. The total number of councillors in the Free State, they have been stated there per municipality. What we need to remember is that the number of councillors are not determined by the IEC, but they are determined by the MEC in the province. And there is a gazette issued by the MEC determining these numbers, with Mangaung getting 101, Masilonyana 19, and the list goes. And Chair, what we also need to remember, the number of councillors include those that will come from the wards and those that would come from the PR list of councillors. I want to emphasize that the Municipal Demarcation Board is the sole body that determines the number of wards in each municipality. Why is this important? After the last election in 2016, we received letters from municipal managers, from speakers, from mayors saying, but why don't you give us more councillors? Why this and one? And then we were saying, look, the number of councillors are determined by the MEC, the number of wards are determined by the MDB, and the commission has no say in those processes. Chairperson, on slide number 8, this is just basically the summary of our arrangements and compared to the other provinces in the country. If you look at the Free State, you'll realize that we have 1,529 voting districts, and that translates to 1,529 voting stations, because we have one voting station per voting district. So if you go to the another column, which is voting centers, we have 227, but the number of 227 comes from and out of the 1529. The voting center is, for example, a bigger station where a number of voters are concentrated with a number of voting points. For example, you would take a school and say this school is a voting station that is also a voting center. And then we'll divide them into 3, for example, and say in class A, you will have a voting station for people whose surname starts with A to a, say, E, and so on and so forth. Then those 3 classrooms each would have one presiding officer, but all of them fall under one presiding officer. Voting takes place separately, counting takes place separately, but at the end, the presiding officer, who's one person, consolidates the results. And in the Free State, then we have such arrangements in 227 voting stations. And these classrooms that I mentioned are called substations, and we have 481 of those. And the extreme right column represents the voting center population, which is a registered figures we have now. Slide number 9, Chairperson, is basically just a presentation of what I have just shared to you in a graph format, and that we can deal with in our own leisure. Chairperson, on issues of what delimitations? I have just mentioned that the Municipal Demarcation Board is the only competent body that decides and determines the numbers and the boundaries of our municipalities. And at the moment, the Municipal Demarcation Board visited and completed demarcation processes in 109 municipalities, that is in the country. And that process, the MDB finalized by the end of September 2020. And for simplicity purposes, those municipalities that the Municipal Demarcation Board has done its work on, we call them batch 1 municipalities. Then the remainder of municipalities where the Municipal Demarcation Board has not visited, we call them batch 2. Let me just delve a minute on these batch 2 municipalities. What happened was the MDB had developed a program of public consultations in these municipalities. And batch 2 also summarizes and includes all municipalities in the Free State province. However, the program that the Municipal Demarcation Board had developed was interrupted by the coronavirus pandemic, and the MDB was therefore not able to go out. They then resorted to people submitting their inputs electronically and so on. We have been informed by the MDB that by the 30th of November, which is the end of this month, they would have completed all the processes relating to the determination of the wards, objections, inputs, and so on. And then by the end of February in the new year, the Commission should have finalized its consultation with all stakeholders. In other words, in each municipality, the Commission will then call members of what we call party liaison committees to discuss the wards as would have received them from the MDB, as well as to decide possibly where the voting stations, if applicable, would be hosted. Then by the end of July, of February as well, we should have submitted as the province all the maps finalized, signed to the national office. However, Chairperson, there are also housekeeping arrangements that need to be sorted out in as far as the electoral laws are concerned. And what is happening at the moment, there is a piece of legislation called the Electoral Laws Amendment Bill. And this bill basically amends three pieces of legislation, which is the Electoral Commissions Act, the Electoral Act, and the Municipal Electoral Act. I understand that with the time that I have, I will not be able to do justice to the intricacies of the presentation. However, the amendments are meant to align various provisions of legislation based on the national and local government as well as provincial elections. And this bill has already been tabled in Parliament, and I understand that it will soon be discussed in the NCOP. And the bill is basically aimed at a few things, but in the main, is just to create a synergy between different pieces of legislation that govern elections, as well as to ensure that issues identified from the last election until now, through consultation with people and through the courts, and so forth, then accommodated in the amendments. And the key amendments basically relate to, one, registration of parties. You are mindful and you are aware of developments that occurred as a result of registration of a number of parties, including Landfest, Blackfest. So we are just closing the loopholes that we had at the time. And we're also addressing issues that emanate from the Protection of Personal Information Act, which is the POPI. And in that, towards that end, we are allowing, or we are saying the CEO of the Commission should be in a position to edit the voters' roll that we provide to a number of people, so that the voters' roll and the structure are in line with the protection of the details of people who are also voters. Remember, the voters' roll can only be used for purposes of voting and for no other purposes. And there are unscrupulous people out there who use voters' roll for other reasons, such as tracing people who owe money and so on. And one of the key issues that the amendments would address would be the amendment to the Section 24. And Chair, remember, with the current arrangement, a person who on an election day is not able to vote where they are registered, they just pitch up at a voting station anywhere in the country and have the right to demand to vote, depending where they are registered. If they are registered in the same province where they want to vote, they would then be given 2 ballots. But where they are in the different province, they would then only get the national ballot. But the logistics around that are so complicated to a point that this arrangement would be amended with a rider that such a person must then inform us in writing certain days before an election that they would be voting elsewhere, so that we know who will be voting where and how many people would be voting at a specific point. And another thing, Chair, is just to ensure, I'm literally flying over the presentation, is to ensure that we move away from the status quo. What happens at the moment when candidates are nominated in a municipality by any party or any individual? Parties would submit a lot of documents, including the nomination of each person, as well as the acceptance of nomination by those nominated. But the legislation is about to be amended so that if Party A submits a list of candidates, the onus should be on that party to ensure that all parties, all documents are signed, all acceptance documents are properly handled, and the person nominated and delegated by the party to submit such to us will then just have to give us an undertaking that all the papers have been submitted, and they will then keep them on file. Chairperson, the provincial breakdown, which is slide number 17, provincial breakdown of voters. In the Free State province, Chairperson, as at the 3rd of September 2020, if you look at the extreme right column, headed grand total, we had 1.4 million voters. And then if you go to the extreme left, that 1.3 resemble the number of voters who have complete addresses. Then we have about 10,000 voters with potential incomplete addresses. Potential incomplete addresses in this context means though we have an address, we know where the voter is and we can trace and locate the voter. The address does not have what is commonly available in that area, street number or street address, and. In townships, we know that for a number of reasons, we have street numbers, but they're not used, or we have areas, suburbs that are there, but have not been captured in the address, in the voters' roll. The RECAS is just to those people who reside in rural areas where they do not have conventional addresses, where you have to describe the address instead of just stating it. It's 3,625, and we have then 1,350 voters that are where we have addresses that are complete. Chair, that is basically the breakdown, and slides 18, 19, 20, and 21 cover basically what I have already said. They are just depicted on a diagram. Chair, on page 24, we have key innovations, things that we think we will be ready to introduce even long before we have these elections. And the most important one would be the voter management devices that the Commission is at the moment in the process of procuring. This is an attempt to replace the scanners or the zip machines that the Commission has been using for donkey years. We know the problems that are associated with zips, though they served us well, but they are now redundant because of the realities that we are in at the moment. And this is, amongst others, things that these new machines would be able to do. One, they'll be able to capture an address live and provide it in a better way than it is at the moment. And the second issue is that we'll be able to track each voter real time. In other words, if you go to your voting station and you are allowed into a voting station, we'll be able to detect that. If you are voting, we'll be able to detect that. And if you go to another voting station, the machine there will be able to tell that, but this person has been to so many voting stations and has voted elsewhere. At the same time, we'll also have a revamped public website and an app that would work in conclusion and with this product that we'll be using. And we'll also be using this Meta or this app for training of staff. Chair, we have the challenges relating or related to COVID pandemic. And this is what we have tried to develop. These measures are not only going to be implemented next year, We are already implementing this with the by-elections that we'll have on the 11th of November, that we'll have on the 9th of November, moving forward. We shall still adhere to social distancing. We shall still adhere to wearing of masks, hand sanitizing, and so on. And we are going to minimize the unnecessary interactions between people and the sharing of documents. We are going to ensure that at least there is some level of ventilation. But at the same time, we have been talking to political parties to see if they cannot relax the number of party agents that each political party has in a voting station from 2 to 1, so that we do not have people concentrated in these voting stations. And amongst the challenges that we are facing, Chair, are the following. Turnout is a problem, especially in as far as the local government is concerned. We've seen the decline. If you look at the table that we have provided there, you'll see with on the left with the local government elections. In 2000, we had a voter turnout of 48%. That was repeated in 2006, and in 2011, it went up slightly, and in 2016, it was repeated, 57. And well, time will tell what will happen in 2021, considering a lot of challenges, including COVID. But when you look at the same time with national and provincial elections, you'd also see that there is a vast difference. In 1999, 88%, and we never had that figure in local government elections. 2004, we had 76. To the 2011, 1% increase to 77. 2014, just a 3% decline, and biggest decline in 2019. Now, are we going up or are we going down? Time will tell. The other key challenge is reduced resources. Chair, you are aware that that there are cash flow problems and fiscal problems in the country, and the Commission has not been spared this. We have been instructed by National Treasury to cut the budget with 109 million. Additionally, we are also expected to cut 744 million in the next 3 years, and 340 million of those must come from employees' remuneration. It means we may just have to look at the manner in which we are structured and our ability to do what is expected of us within these limits that we have here. And this also disturbs a number of things. One, you know that before each election, we would have at least 2 registration weekends. Chances are this time, we may just have 1 registration weekend in order to accommodate the cuts. The second issue was we had hoped to pilot the e-voting with the coming local government elections, and that process may also be affected. And we also have another challenge, which is safety, security, and stability, and that emanates from the demarcation disputes. We have indicated that the MDB decides and determines issues of demarcation, the outer and the inner boundaries of municipalities. But people use elections as a platform where to vent, because they believe it is at that time that people who make decisions are able to listen. The same with social unrests. We all know that when we go to these elections, there are always social unrest, people raising this and that, others just trying to raise their own profiles. We also have another challenge, which is political violence and intra-party conflicts. Who is included in the list, who's not included, the criteria used, and so on. And this, in a number of provinces, has resulted in killings and so on. We also have instances in the country where you have 2 factions visibly campaigning on the ground, each faction claiming to be the rightful representative elected leadership of parties, and that could have a serious bearing on our work. Chair, that brings us to the end of our presentation, and thank you very much for the platform granted to us.
Thank you very much, Ndateliba. Now we are going to invite hands for questions, comments, maybe if there's a clarity seeking questions, we can accommodate that one as well. Let me check. I'm now inviting hands. Ndade Futwa, are you there?
Yes, Chairperson, for noting the hands first, we've got the hands of Councillor Mlamleli. Let's just see how many other people are wishing to make inputs or comments. Can we perhaps take the hand of Councillor Mlamleli at the moment, Chairperson?
Over to you, Chair. Comrade Oli.
We would do. Can I speak, Chair?
Yes.
Chairperson of the session, can I speak? Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, you are audible.
Thank you very much. Mine is particularly on Mr. Diba's presentation, specifically with regard to the Kokwe case, with the decision of the Constitutional Court, permanent and temporary addresses. My question is that I just want to confirm that the numbers that you have, are they now taken as the people that have registered with temporary addresses? And the second column that I've seen, does it mean this total of 145,373, it encapsulates all those people with temporary addresses or not for the local government election? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Let us now give Ndate Futwa, there are other hands.
No, Chair, there is no other hand. I wonder if
okay, then we'll invite Ndate Leba to respond to that question.
Chair, yes, briefly, the answer is yes. We have conventional addresses that we have. We are also using addresses in squatter camps, in informal settlements, in suburbs, in rural areas. But those where we say we have an address, it means including temporary and permanent address. And in this case, address is a place. If you look at the address and you follow it, you'll be able to get to that person. And yes, we have accommodated everybody who has submitted their addresses to us.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'm going to give over to the deputy.
Chairperson, thank you.
Yes.
There is a hard box question, if I can just raise it so that it's also covered. What will happen if a voter tested positive and is under quarantine? How will she cast his vote? And the second one is, if in your closing remarks you could indicate what are the collaboration areas you are looking for from local government?
Thank you, Chair. And the first one, or the second one rather, how this impacts on municipalities. One, municipalities must then be mindful of the assumptions on which we work. And one of the major assumptions is we are working as if the election would be held on the 4th of August. So those sitting in municipalities should know that we are not looking at the outer parameters, which is the last day or the first day in November, but we are working on the 4th of August. The second issue, Chair, is on we do not have these resources that we may want to have. For example, we mentioned that we are going to host these many meetings where we consult with members of political parties, and those people are staying within municipal areas, and we will definitely approach the administrators and politicians for use of venues. At the same time, we also are saying those who know should be able to, and we are so lucky, Chair, in that all our MEOs, municipal electoral officers, are employees of municipalities. And we are going to request, we'll send a formal letter in due course to say, please remember that so-and-so working for you is our municipal electoral officer. Please allow that person to attend our meetings and to at least for a certain period concentrate more on the work of elections. We're also saying, please understand the legal framework. Chair, we are going to observe the social distancing, as I said. If a person gets to the voting station, that person must have a mask. That person we shall sanitize that person. We shall insist on social distancing. And any person who does not want to comply to the instruction of the presiding officer will be told to leave. Any person who will not want their fingers to be inked, and we have made sure that we do not use the ink that we've been using, where you use 1 point of a marker on a number of people. You'll use ink as in an ink in a bottle, and you shall insert something similar to an earbud, and we shall then put it on your nail and your cuticle. However, and we are not going to have this, what are the scanners, the thermostats at the voting station. But should there be a suspicion that somebody standing here has this risk, the queue worker will then order that person to step aside, and we shall then embark on a separate process to assist that voter who's already in the queue. However, a person who is at home, quarantined there on election day, will remain at home, quarantined, and unfortunately that person will not be visited, because we only visit on the special votes, and any other person who is not part of the special votes will not be accommodated. It is for that reason that we must make sure that everybody is not, who's going to vote, is not infected by this pandemic. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That way, to allow me to give over to your good self, I think I was requested to deal with these items, and that's what we did. Thank you very much. And let me thank all the presenters.
There's a question from Deputy Councillor Spielman that we could not recognize.
Okay, Dr. Spielman, Executive Mayor of Machabeng.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson of the session, Comrade Police. I have 2 questions to the IEC. The first one is the issue of lack of staff from the IEC currently to go and register the new people, particularly the first-time voters. What is that can we do with the IEC? I'm raising this thing because in the municipality or in the Lijweliput or Machabeng, we have organized and wrote letters to say, can the IEC be available? The response we got was that they don't have resources, point number 1. Point number 2, because of COVID. Now, my challenge is that, or my concern is that towards the elections, is when the IEC is going to move corner to pillar, trying to register those, particularly the first-time voters or the young people. So how can be assisted to make sure those people go and register while still have time? That is my question. Thank you very much, Chair.
I think that Liba, you hear the question, and I'm sure that will be the last question.
Okay, Chair. Look, we have different parties represented at different levels in the party liaison committees that I mentioned. And I hope Councillor Spielman is talking specifically about those represented at the level of municipalities. If we can get the specifics of this, we'll be able to deal with the matter. The second thing is if Councillor Spielman can also coordinate the activities with these parties representative at the level of the province. We are not aware of us telling anyone that we do not have resources. We can always make a plan to get to an area. This COVID-19 arrangements and regulations affected all of us, and we could not do anything until we got to the level where we are now. And where we are now, we are able to go out, visit. People can come to us, to our offices, but you can also go and visit. And if you do not get any pleasure from your interactions at that level, please let us know, and we can always make a plan to get to you. In that now the regulations or the threat levels allow us to do our outreach and visit various people at different places.
Last question.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Ndade Futwa.
Yes, we can move over to Chris now.
Thank you very much. It means it's a different, it's another presentation, eh?
Yes, yes, Chair. It's the last presentation session. Oh, no, there is still one more presentation from Mr. Fisher, which will be about 10 minutes. It will be auto-flighted.
Okay, thanks. Let's allow him then to make a presentation.
Chris, you can take over.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I would just like to share my presentation. Give me a second. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to SALGA for the opportunity to present on the Local Government Ethical Leadership Initiative. And maybe just a little bit of background on the Local Government Ethical Leadership Initiative. I won't be too long in my presentation. But we've been doing work as the Ethics Institute in local government for about 12 years now. And frequently when we do training and engage with municipalities, and we always get told that there's a challenge at the leadership level, and frequently at the political administrative interface. And it seems to be a very, very challenging environment. And we've been working now for more than a year with the Department for Cooperative Governance, with SALGA, as well as the Moral Regeneration Movement, in conceptualizing a project to host a national dialogue on ethical leadership in local government, with the purpose of coming up with a governance code that will provide some guidance on ethical leadership in local government. So I just want to start with a little bit of data. If we go look at the results from the public sector ethics survey that we conducted in 2018, you can see there was about 1,800 responses from local government in that survey from across the country. We asked a number of questions in that survey, and the one that we asked was, how often does the following occur in the municipality? So the participants to the survey were predominantly local government officials at various levels in the municipalities. so the data I'm showing you is purely the local government data from that. So if something never occurs, then obviously it's a low risk. If something happens very frequently, then it's a severe risk of it occurring. So it happens very frequently, or it happens almost never. So the majority of responses we got were in this high category here. And I want to draw your attention to the first two, the top two issues that are bothersome to local government officials. Is firstly political interference, and secondly inappropriate political interference in the appointment processes. And you can see how that has an impact on the municipalities and the way municipalities work and the like. And I mean, we're definitely not saying that that the problem is councillors or anything like that. What we are saying is that it's an extremely difficult environment to operate in. And we're realizing that, yeah, there's a number of challenges in that environment. So if you look at what drives a person's behavior, the person is influenced by their religion, by their culture, and by their moral development and skills. But there's also other factors. For example, what position do I hold in the organization? How is the power relationships within the organization? Are there any external pressures that have an impact on how I'm going to behave or not? And my peer group, are there pressures there that has an impact on how I behave? And all of these factors at the end of the day have an impact on how individuals will behave. Now, a number of forces at play in municipalities. Clearly, you've got the municipality, and the intention is that the municipality is driven by community interests. And the municipality and the officials in the municipality should apply themselves in the best interest of the community. And this leadership level that is made up of the administrative leadership as well as the political leadership, there's a number of other factors at play that come into the equation. The first thing there is ward interest. So one councillor might want, and rightly so probably, things to benefit their own ward rather than other wards perhaps. And wards can be quite demanding in a number of instances. Your political party caucuses also have a role to play. They have certain influence on individual councillors or on administrative management, political party branches. Your business community is another role player that exerts certain pressures on the leadership level of local government. Sometimes personal interests come to bear, and we see interference, and that might be in the appointment processes or in the tender processes in municipalities. So, which obviously starts looking a little bit like corruption if one goes in that direction. So to try and help councillors as well as administrative leaders make sense of all of these various forces that are at play, we're saying that there's a need for a national dialogue to identify a number of things. The first thing there is, what does ethical leadership entail in municipalities? In other words, what should good ethical leadership look like in municipalities? What are the ethical challenges of local government leadership? So what are the specifics when the rubber hits the road? What are the difficult things that people struggle with on a day-to-day basis when it comes to ethical leadership in local government? What are some of the structural factors that give rise to those challenges? And then looking at the environment, how do we create an environment where ethical leadership can thrive? And all of those are factors that we want to consider when we develop the code for ethical governance in municipalities. Now, what is this code for ethical governance? The local government anti-corruption strategy from 2016 says that one of the first things that it puts out there is that national dialogue must be facilitated on governance and ethical leadership in municipalities to determine the values and principles for ethical governance. The process should culminate in a widely consulted document that specifies not only abstract values, but specifically how to operationalize good governance and ethical leadership in practice. Okay, so we all know that there's a lot of challenges in the local government space, and this tries to give some guidance in that regard. If you think of the King Code for Corporate Governance that we find in the private sector, in theory that applies to local government as well, but local government is a very unique environment and has a lot of issues and factors at play that are not catered for in that code. So we're saying that this code is different from the King Code, but it's also different from the Code of Conduct for Councillors and the Code of Conduct for Municipal Staff Members. Those codes are codes of conduct, whereas this is a governance code. So this guides the good practices and principles for ethical governance in local government. We're saying it's unlikely to become a regulation. So like the King Code on Corporate Governance is not a legislated code, but it's a good practice code that organizations can choose to adhere to or not. Because a lot of what is in the code is beyond regulation and legislation. People always say you can't legislate ethics. You can't force people to be ethical. People have to choose to be ethical and to participate in processes. And that's why we want to have a very interactive process of developing the code for ethical governance so that it's a useful document that municipalities want to support in the longer run. There might be some elements that might be taken forward into changed or updated regulation. So not everything we foresee will go into regulation, but some aspects of it might go into regulation in the longer run. So we still have the challenge of how do we ensure the legitimacy of this process? How do we ensure that it's a relevant document? In other words, that it's useful to people, as I indicated, and as well as the long-term sustainability of the code, so that it's something that doesn't end up on a shelf somewhere and no one ever refers to it in 3 years' time. We want this thing to become part of the language that local government leaders speak on a day-to-day basis and bringing ethical considerations into or to bear in their decisions. So partly we are trying to address the legitimacy concerns or with strong governance arrangements. The first thing that we have put in place is a working group, and this working group is comprised of members from the Ethics Institute, from DCOG, SALGA, and the Moral Regeneration Movement. And then there's going to be an advisory committee, which we're in process of formulating with members from, again, there's ex officio members from the Ethics Institute, DCOG, SALGA, and the Moral Regeneration Movement. And then we'll have 5 independent societal leaders that will also sit on that advisory committee. Each province also has provincial champions that will assist us with the research phase in each of the provinces where we go to. So that's the governance arrangement. In terms of the timelines and the process, we see the project rolling out as follows. This year, we spent on establishing the governance structures, and as I indicated, we are pretty much in our final stages of that. The research dialogue will start from October and will continue to September next year. It will consist of engagements in each of the provinces. There will be focus groups as well as individual interviews in each of the provinces. And yeah, we are looking forward to getting the insights from people on the ground to inform what the challenges are. Then by October next year, we want to have a draft code in place. And that will then be followed up in the following year by a consultation dialogue where we will take this code and say, okay, in the previous round, we were told that these are the challenges in local government, the ethical challenges. We've put this code or developed this code, and does this code fit the purpose? And we can then start a complete dialogue on that draft code, where we will then again receive inputs from role players on what goes in there. And that'll be to September 2022, and then hopefully we will have the final code developed by September 2022. So basically in 2 years' time. And then from there, we also are going to be spending some time on mainstreaming of the code up to September 2024. So yeah, that's the broad process and the background of the Local Government Ethical Leadership Initiative. And I'm happy to take some questions, Chair, if there are any for on the topic.
Chairperson. Councillor Sionzana. Thanks very much, Chris. We welcome the presentation. I think the chairperson will then take over from here. I am just noting hands. There is a hand of Councillor Mlamleli. Can I check if there are any additional hands that wish to make comments, questions, or inputs on this presentation?
Thank you very much, Chris.
Yeah, we will take the hand from Councillor Mlamleli. Chris, we're just making sure that we're taking off the echo.
Sure.
Am I audible?
Yes, Councillor.
Of many computers here. Thank you, Chris, for your presentation on Local Government Ethical Leadership Institute. I think ethics is one of the important aspects that will ensure that local government is trusted, as Prof have said from the University of Free State. I do see that there is that advisory committee and people that are responsible in every province. Ethics, it forms basis of successful management. Ethics forms basics of the management that will be trusted and where people will have confidence in. And leadership, it is where people are being led, and those that are leading are expected to have those ethics. And I believe the Institute, it is an institution where people can be helped with skills acquired to have those ethics. And I see that you have different steps, and your final product that you are expecting to have, the final code. But I think when we have to wait for 2024, for me, at the end of the process, I think it is too late. I just want to know and propose that in the meantime, at the level of the research dialogue, don't you think that it will be the level where we are going to involve our councillors? We will decide together as SALGA and your institution to say, how do we go down to the councillors so that they play a role at the research dialogue level. Because I believe when we are doing dialogue, it is when now people are in a one room or in a session trying to discuss and get better understanding about ethics, ethical leadership that will lead to the final code. So I'm proposing that at the research dialogue, let it not be at the far leadership level. Let us maybe have in our a selection of people that will be involved in the research, include the councillors themselves at the research dialogue, so that when we go to the final code at the level of mainstreaming, they will be able to have played part and influenced and understand at the research dialogue, because mainstreaming, it is where implementation is by everybody every time. So that is just my request, that at the research dialogue, October up to October 2021, let us also give them, even if it can be earlier, so that they start to be involved in this dialogue, not only be involved at the level of mainstreaming. Thank you.
Can I respond? Thank you, Councillor, for those inputs and
Can we hand over to you, Chris, to respond?
sure. No, saying thanks for the comments, and we definitely are envisaging including councillors in the research dialogue,
Muted.
in the focus groups that we will have in the excuse me. Okay. Yeah, in the focus groups that we have in the provinces, as well as in interviews that we have in the provinces, we definitely want to get the voice of councillors. I think it's a critical voice to understand the intricacies that people are faced with on a day-to-day basis. And that's where the code is either made or broken. So either it's a realistic code that is applicable to people based on the everyday reality, or it isn't. And we can't get a sense of that everyday reality if we don't speak to councillors on the ground as well. Yeah, and just also to say that the code itself will already be there by September 2022, so sort of in 2 years' time. It is quite a long process, but we also feel that to get legitimacy in the process, we need to be thorough. Otherwise, yeah, we develop something that isn't sufficiently consulted and worked through. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Chris. We appreciate the input that you've given to us. And may I also maybe just take this opportunity to also extend on behalf of the chairperson the gratitude to all our presenters, Dr. Ledger from Pari, Mr. Jewel, as well as Mr. Diba from IEC. We appreciate your inputs. We are going to incorporate the ideas that you've shared with us in the action plan that we are going to develop post this process going forward. And we look forward to engagement continuously with yourselves outside of the PMA to take forward the work that you have started. We appreciate very much. Thank you. Colleagues, we are going to hand over now to, Councillor Spielman, who is going to assist us with the way forward on the last session of this day. We would like Councillor Spielman, can you please take over for the last session of the day, the closed session? From this point on, we can release all our guests. We thank you very much. The next session is going to be a closed session.
Yeah, we're
So our invitees, our guests, they can take a break from now on. We will join each other tomorrow morning
few minutes,
at
SG,
9 o'clock.
Connecting that time, 2-3 minutes, I'll come to you just now.
We are going to join you at 9 o'clock. You will use the same link to connect to the meeting from 9 o'clock in the morning. We've got a menu that's quite interesting for tomorrow morning. We will be having conversations around financial management, which are going to be, and also we'll also be receiving the keynote address from the Premier tomorrow. So please join us punctually tomorrow. We would love to keep the time. We apologize for the overrun of today's program. But over to you, Councillor Spielman, to take us through the closed session.
Dade Futwa, our PO, thank you very much. The chairperson of SALGA in the province, Meoli, and Dade Lance, POBs, PEC members of SALGA in the province, all presenters that were here today, delegates from various municipalities. I want to greet you this afternoon with the high note of saying we are going to, or we wish as a SALGA in the province, happy birthday for the Secretary General of the ANC. Hopefully within 5 minutes is going to be live talking to you delegates of SALGA in the province. We're connecting with that one, so I'll request everybody to on standby. Be as it may, in Dade Futwa, we are going to deal with the SALGA constitution, which we have adopted in 2016, which is required by the constitution. Before going to the FMMA or PMA, must be able to look on our constitution as required by the constitution. So I'm going to take this opportunity to request all presenters that are supposed to make presentation to be ready, that is Mema Sianka and Tate Shongwe, if they are present, so that we start to do those work, to do their work. And then I'm going to request, as time goes on, as we're interacting here, the Secretary General of the ANC is going to talk to you delegates. Once we finish, I'm going to adjourn whoever is on a podium to allow us, the Secretary General, to give him a message of support as SALGA from the province, led by Meoli Sutatileng Masutu. Thank you very much, Dade Futwa. Dade Futwa, you hear me? Dade Futwa. Dade Futwa?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes, I'm saying now, we are on presentation of the PMA credentials and adoption by Mema Siang. I'm right?
Correct, yes.
Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Mewaka, you are on the podium. The platform is yours.
Thank you, my leader. Thank you, Chairperson.